Looks like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good name.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona night. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. And to the things you do, stay all night. I'm gonna ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Any time of
Week 18 of the NFL is here on Saturday, January the 7th, 2023. Broadcasting live from the coastal shoreline of Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network, the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. It is just after 11:15 a.m., and this is your breakdown for everything in the NFL Week 18. Lots of angles. First of all, did you think that you would see flying garbage trucks in the year 2023? 20 years ago, 25 years ago? I certainly did. I thought this would be the era of flying garbage trucks, but I have not seen that yet. But yeah, nonetheless, definitely crazy that here we are, the year 2023. If you're having a baby this year, then know that that baby will be graduating high school in the year 2040. That's what came to light for me this week. So crazy. Here we are. We survived. We're another year. And how about that? The Round Robin makes it all the way through Week 18. We got to give ourselves a round of applause here that we can actually bring this show to you 18 weeks in a row. Our NBA and soccer picks, hockey picks better than our football picks. Yes, but we thank you for tuning in nonetheless anyway. And man, that's the thing today. Week 18 is as tricky as it gets. There are people that will argue week 1 is as hard as week 18 or harder. Maybe week 18 is harder. You'll kind of hear both sides of that coin. Which week is harder to handicap? I'm going to make it a push for different reasons. There is a great unknown. Man, you don't recognize half these players that are going to be playing this weekend. Is almost like a preseason game. Other teams where they would normally maybe have motivation don't have that motivation because they need impossible things to kind of happen for the most part. But it is the NFL. And last year on week 18, we saw the team like the Jaguars, who were decisive, I think 16, 17-point underdogs at home, demolish Indianapolis. And I think we had that crazy scenario with the Chargers and the Raiders where they could have tied as well on that Sunday night game, and the bookies could have lost millions. I mean, they literally could have closed Vegas. So we're not sure how this weekend will play out at the end, but that is our job, of course, is to try to dissect the best angles that we can and take it from there. I think pretty much every week, if I'm going to sum it up this week, it's just a hard league overall for the year. I'm not going to say that our picks have been the worst. We like to move lines around and like to try to hit jackpots that way. That maybe not necessarily hasn't worked out for us at the end. All these games just have been close. Games like the NBA where we get a good winner last night with Charlotte on the blowout of Milwaukee and the Bulls, taking those two teams winning by alt lines. The NBA is great for that kind of thing. Soccer too, getting the goals. I mean, there's definitely opportunities there. But man, these scores have been right there on the numbers here in the NFL. But I don't expect it to be kind of any different this week. But we're going to try to exploit a few angles here and try to have a good winning week 18. And if anything, we're trying to teach you guys how to think for yourselves out there as well. With some of the tricks that we're doing, these are tricks that you can apply to the methods of your madness and the things that you're thinking of playing. Never do I want to say this team's going to never in my picks. This is absolutely going to have to happen. Maybe it comes across that way on this show sometimes, but that's not never my thinking. I go into every bet knowing that I could lose. In fact, the way that I play with my round robins, I will approach that like it's already a loser. You need to have thick skin the way that I play. And, you have to do things your way and your best way. I mean, Nephew Dave's style is different from mine. Bill Grande's style different from mine. The Ant-Man's style different from mine. Everyone has their own ways of doing things. Speaking of Dave Bill Grande, we'll get him up here right at 11:30. So we'll take a break here in a few minutes. We'll get him on live, and we got a million things to go over. All the games, we got to dissect these, and then the couple of angles that I'll be looking at are prop-wise as well. Are players with contracts where they're going to gain incentives this week in Week 18. I think a lot of times, I think Gronkowski, for example, Brady made him the effort to make sure that he got his touchdown to kick in his clause in his contract that pays him an extra $500,000 or whatever it is. There's a lot of those kinds of clauses out there this week. Guys like DJ Moore, even today we have Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, Pat Mahomes, Derrick Henry. All these players can kick in bonuses on their contract if they can achieve certain milestones, and they're going to try to do it. It's going to be a little bit harder maybe for Jacksonville. That's going to be a good question for Bill Grande is in the Jacksonville game, knowing that, maybe you're trying to get these guys some extra passes, some extra attempts. Do you maybe try to zone blitz that scheme a little bit and try to get sneaky on the Jaguars? Maybe the Tennessee defense for a touchdown as a sneaky pick tonight, knowing that Kirk and Zay Jones could be heavily targeted because they are both well within reach of big incentives on their contracts. If they get just around 100 yards each and a couple catches, they're going to get all that extra money. And trust me, players want that money. I mean, these NFL contracts aren't like the NBA contracts. They're not like the baseball contracts. Not even like the hockey contracts, really. But there is going to be a concerted effort to get some of these players their extra money. Real sneaky one down there in New Orleans with DJ Jones, not Jones. What's his name? DJ Moore. DJ Moore, I think with 120 yards gets a lot of extra money. That game doesn't matter. That is a great angle to take for a prop where you're going to see him just try to get the ball a lot. And like I said, a game that really doesn't matter. I got a few other angles at play too. These teams will lay down this weekend, but other teams will be playing harder for reasons that might not be so obvious. So we're going to have to get into that as well. We got all the current lines on the ticker. All the lines are updated. So we'll do Del Grande after the break. We'll do Nephew Dave as well. He'll come in here right about 12:30-ish, and then me and him will round it out. And we'll try to get out of here by 2 o'clock. So if you're driving around, you're at home doing housework, you just need some content on, there's not much sports. EPL is off today. We didn't have a Friday soccer paycheck because the English Premier League is off. They're all playing in the English Cup, where all the teams basically from the scratch kind of trying to claw their way up in one giant March Madness tournament. So a lot of these teams are in action today in soccer, like Liverpool and Man City's playing Chelsea again. But this is not going to be all the top premier players. You're going to see a lot of backups. So there's no reason to try to handicap any of the soccer this weekend. So we will return with the Friday soccer paycheck on Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we will have a full slate of English Premier League and the championship next weekend. Again, those teams are all off this weekend. Not necessarily off. They're just playing in their little English Cup, which we will not have any kind of handicapping interest in that whatsoever. So a slow sports day until we get these games kicked off, unless you're really into college basketball right now, which, you should be getting into it. It's conference play. We haven't been playing any college basketball. The good hockey game on today, too, with the Devils and the Rangers. Maybe you can grab that. But if you are bouncing around, doing housework, whatever you're doing, go ahead and keep us on. We'll get Del Grande in here. We'll find some good angles, and we'll try to get some money. So there you go. The odds are updated. We'll go ahead and take a break. Dave Grande will be coming up next. I'm trying to decide what break I need to play. I think we need to do a little bit longer break. I'm going to play a little Pie Tasters music for you. So bear with us real quick. And we will be back in a few minutes. Dave Grande is on deck. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. NFL Week 18. We made it all the way here. A full season. A full season of the show. So proud of ourselves there. Big party next week. CP Shuckers. Come on by. Live broadcast. 11 to 2 next Saturday. CP Shuckers Shore Drive location. 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. That is our playoff party. We're going to have a tab going, have some food. Come see Nephew Dave and I in our giant banner that will be hanging up front. So we'll be back right after this. Dave Grande on deck. Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you're fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
All right, from the West Coast, he works with Field Level Media. He is on with us every week, and he is on live with us this week, which is great to have him here. Is Mr. Dave Grande from Field Level Media. Dave, what's going on out there in California today?
Live? Does that like double the price?
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, you know, otherwise
Pressure.
you'd have to wake up at 4:30 a.m. your time. I just don't think you want to do that on Sunday mornings.
By the time I wake up Sunday morning, the entire NFL playoff picture, except for one game, is going to be decided. So I'm going to go right back to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, and here we go, Week 18, man. We made it all the way through the season. I got a million different ways I'm going to go with you here. Let's just kind of put a bow on a couple things first off in the past. That way we won't have to deal with them anymore. First off, most disappointing team for you who does not make the playoffs. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I had to put a lot of thought into this. Well, not a lot of thought, because I'm not going to think about these teams. But there's a ton of candidates, I think. I'm going to go with the Colts on my end, just from an organizational standpoint. This is a team that was talked about perhaps winning the AFC. They're going to make a run. They got the good running back. Obviously, they've had injuries. They fired their coach, bringing in another coach as an experiment. That's been terrible. But they've basically have just been a doormat all season. So I'm going to make the Colts my most disappointing season here in 2022 to 2023. What team disappoints you the most?
Wow, that's a tough one because there are good candidates, and the Colts are certainly one of them. I don't know how you can't put the Rams
right
on top of that list.
I think something told me that there could be a natural regression just because they made it last year. They're going to be satisfied, and that was going to be detrimental in the end.
Yeah, but they didn't just make it last year. They won the Super Bowl.
Right.
You don't see that very often, whether you completely fall off the map.
They have done that.
I
Yes.
think certainly if Green Bay it does not advance to the playoffs, then they would rank right up there as well. Because again, Aaron Rodgers has been in the playoffs like 33 straight times, and if that doesn't happen, that ranks as an upset. But I'll give you a sleeper choice, especially the way this season has unfolded, where you didn't need 10 wins to get into the playoffs. I mean, this is a season where teams with losing records have a chance going into this last week. You barely needed to be 500 just to stay relevant this year. And the Cleveland Browns were a team that a lot of people were talking about before the season. Not that they were necessarily going to unseat the Bengals in their division, but they were certainly in a position where, this was going to be their year to make the playoffs. They were so confident that they were going to get in that they didn't even go out and get a quarterback when, they found out that Watson was going to miss the first 13 games. All they needed to do in those first 13 games, they figured, we'll stick around 500, which we'll easily do, and then Watson will come back and we'll win a couple more games and we'll get in. Well, that turned out to be a terrible decision. If they had brought in Jimmy Garoppolo or somebody like that, on a one-year deal, started off the season 8-5 or whatever it was. You can remember, this is a year when there were a lot of bad teams out there. Going 8-5 over the first 13 games was not that difficult to do if you had, a legitimate quarterback and the talent that team has. And for them now to, not even have a chance going into these last couple of weeks, I think it's really embarrassing.
All right. I wanted to ask you this one last week, but we just had so much going on then. I decided at that moment I'd just ask you this week. And I'm going to kind of kick myself a little bit because for Coach of the Year, I really like the Giants coach, Dave All. Last week he was about 20-1. They won their playoff spot. They just ensured their playoff spot. They didn't win anything. But his odds have dropped dramatically since then. Coach of the Year for you would be?
You was having trouble hearing you there. Is everything okay on your end?
Oh, 10-4, you might have dropped off.
Apparently not. I don't think you're there anymore.
All right, stand by. We'll get Dave back on here. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully this works out. Stand by. Dave, you with me?
I'm with you.
Okay, I'm not sure what that happened. That's just a natural glitch of life, I guess. I didn't touch a thing. Okay, so Coach of the Year. Last week I meant to ask you this, but we got pushed forward. I wanted to push it forward till this week for content, although there's no shortage of content here in Week 18. But coach of the year, last week, Dayball was about 20 to 1 odds. His odds have now plummeted. He's right up there with the other coaches, Sirianni. There's a couple guys up there. Anyway, coach of the year for you would be?
I think it's got to be Sirianni. I mean, it's, I mean, the only reason he's not going to get it is because Hurts wins MVP and maybe, Brown wins top wide receiver award or offensive player. I mean, whatever it is. And they've had a good defensive team. And so you don't want to give every award to the same team, but let's be honest, it's been they've been the dominant team in the NFC this year, and it's not like, you kind of expected it. You didn't expect it. I mean, we were at the beginning of the season, and if we talked about 4 teams, even 5, we talked about Tampa Bay, Green Bay, the Rams, the 49ers, and the Cowboys. And so as much as the Giants have kind of come out of nowhere and had a very good season, and certainly their coach deserves to be considered, Philadelphia has kind of come out of nowhere, certainly to rise to the top of the conference. And, those are some pretty heavy hitters there, those teams that I mentioned. And so I'd have to go with him.
Week 1 or week 18? Which is maybe trickier for you to handicap?
Well, I think week 18 has to be an odds maker's nightmare. It's almost like a preseason game.
Yep.
How can you possibly put a line out there on some of these games where the first half of the game and the second half of the game could be completely different? I mean, again, much like a preseason game. I mean, you look at a team, let's say, I'm not really sure what a good example would be, but Dallas. Dallas would be a good example. In order for Dallas to win the division, they're going to need Philadelphia to lose. All right, so Dallas takes the field, and they're all gung-ho, and, they're out there, and they're playing good ball. It's a tough game. But they look up at the scoreboard, and they see Philly's ahead of the Giants 21-0 in the second quarter.
Yep.
I mean, you realize it's over. And
Yeah.
this is really stupid.
Everyone out of the game. Yep.
Yeah, take everybody out, and the second half of the game becomes, like I said, it becomes your second stringers against, now is the other team trying. And most of these teams, I think you'll see Washington try very hard this week in their game against Dallas, regardless of whether Dallas has a chance or not. So that's a game where, you look at that game, you say, well, from an odds maker standpoint, you got to take Dallas in the first half of that game because they're going to be all fired up. But you could, if a line's available right now, which they'd be really stupid to do, but if a line's available right now when you could forecast that Philadelphia is going to be beating the Giants, then taking Washington in the second half against Dallas has to be like the lock of the year. And there's several other scenarios that are very similar to this,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Including the Chargers. I mean, and the Chargers situation isn't one of those where first half, second half thing. They'll know when they take the field whether Baltimore has won their game against Cincinnati or not, or at least it would be close to finishing, if not finished. And that completely changes everything for the Chargers. If Baltimore loses to Cincinnati, then that locks the Chargers into place. Their game becomes absolutely meaningless against a Denver team that's actually trying hard down the stretch. So there's a game where, again, the farther along that Baltimore game goes, the more likely, you're going to see a really good opportunity spring up, to take the Broncos in that game, because if Baltimore's behind by 2 touchdowns in the third quarter and the odds makers are slow to adjust their line because we're going to wait to see who wins and loses, and you jump on the Broncos, who are going to be playing a disinterested team, that's again, lock of the year material.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And so I think that week 18 becomes, I think, is a rare players opportunity in the gambling ranks. That where they're going to have the edge over the house. That just doesn't happen. In any walk of cards or dice or football life. Week one, I think, from a fantasy standpoint, is more difficult because you just don't know. I mean, you having watched the preseason, in general, you've learned nothing. And I take the Raiders as an example. If you watch the Raiders this preseason, the Raiders played that Hall of Fame game the week before everybody else. And they threw out, Jacobs, their top running back, went out and carried the ball like 20 times in that game. And the broadcasters were saying, oh, man, this guy's being showcased because the Raiders didn't even offer him a contract extension. They're looking to get rid of him by the end of camp. They're hoping somebody else will see him and draft him, and make a deal for him. And you went into the first week of the season thinking, man, this is Amir White guy that the Raiders drafted. He's going to be their starting running back, before long, and he's going to be a great sleeper fantasy choice. Well, look what's happened. They go out there in week one, and not only is Jacob still on the team, but, he carries the ball 25 times as he does every other week of the season. He becomes like, one of the top fantasy players of the year, and you had no idea that this was going to happen going into week one. So I think like I said, from a fantasy perspective, week one was a much bigger crapshoot. From a gambler's perspective, week 18 is your potential gold mine.
Right. And I think another good angle to look at too is teams, and we'll get through all the games, but I'm going to throw like a team like Atlanta out for you. All right. Because we know their coach is going to come back. He's only had a year there. The Bucs they say they're going to play their starters, but they're going to lay down. Those guys are going to go play half a quarter. I mean, Todd Bowles would be a moron to play those guys in the halftime. He just really, really would. You can't risk blowing Brady's knee out. The line's a mess. They're already injured. You just got to assume they're coming out. So, players are still, we joke about, packing for Cancun and stuff like that all the time. But the truth of it is there's such a turnover of players in this league. You're definitely playing for a job. So you're going to see an honest effort from teams like Atlanta. Coach coming back. You need to prove something to him that you're worth sticking, it's worth him sticking you around for the future. So that's going to be an angle I'm going to take. Your thoughts on that?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. This is a classic example of a team. Tampa Bay has not had a good season, and if you've watched them in recent weeks, there's been a great emphasis on we've got to get a rhythm. Even the game where they were getting blown out on national TV. Oh no, against the 49er game. Where they're losing 21-0, 28-0, 35-0, or whatever the score was, and basically everyone was saying, "Will you get Brady out of there? What are you doing? It's 35-0 in the fourth quarter." But it was, we need him to get in a rhythm with Godwin and with Evans and with Fournette, and because we're going to need this in the playoffs. And so what's happened with them is they've made an effort. They've played their guys. I mean, they had to play them full games, some of the games, but they've made every effort to get those guys on the same page. So I can understand the thinking going into this week that, Tampa Bay is going to play their starters. It's what they've done in recent weeks, even in meaningful situations. But that all changes at halftime or halfway through the second quarter. Again, very similar to a preseason game. The coach is telling Tom, hey, look, you got 3 series. You go out there, let's get 2 touchdowns and a field goal, make everybody happy, keep everybody healthy. 5 minutes to go in the second quarter, you're done. Evans is done. Godwin's done. Fournette's done. All our guys are done, and we'll play our second stringers the rest of the way. So, and then you've got this great opportunity for the Falcons in the second half, a team that's, certainly hasn't given up on the season. A kind of a grinded out team that's going to be tough to play for a disinterested team like the Bucks will be in the second half. I think Atlanta will dominate the second half of this game, especially at home. And so there you go. I mean, it's a classic example of, man, lay the points on Tampa Bay in the first half, lay the points or whatever it is, take the points with the Falcons in the second half. And it's just scripted that this is the way the game's going to play out.
Okay, the other angle I'm going to take a look at is there's a few players out there that can get season milestones where they're going to have incentives kick in on their contracts. And in some cases, these games really don't matter. Like DJ Moore is going to be a good example for Carolina against the Saints. So prop-wise, if we do our homework correctly, is that a solid strategy? They're going to, Pat Mahomes today, when we get to that game, he can pass Peyton Manning for the single season passing yards record. And we'll talk about that in a second. But is that a good angle to take here in week 18? If someone's going to get paid extra money in their contract, feed him the ball. Let's try to get him that cash.
Absolutely. But I wouldn't go overboard there.
Right.
I mean, it's one of those things where just because you see this a lot in games that are meaningful for one team and not meaningful for the other, doesn't necessarily mean the team that has something to play for is going to win. We've seen this unfold the last couple of weeks. That, oh my God, this was a must win and they blew it. Well, remember what happened the last week of the regular season last year when the Colts had a must win game against the Jaguars. They're going to win. It didn't happen. So yes, reasonable numbers. Like, for example, I think I read that Eckler needs 2 touchdowns to break some kind of record. I don't know if it's a team record or what for touchdowns. Well, this is a game where he's probably not going to play that much.
They can't play him.
But if on the first drive of the game, even if he's hardly playing, they get the ball to the 1 yard line, they're going to put him in there and try to get him the cheap touchdown, and then maybe one cheaper one in the second quarter. So you would think, well, they're going to try to find a way to get him these 2 touchdowns. He would be a good guy to take a prop bet on or whatever, but not necessarily, because those might be his only 2 carries of the game. And so might he get the touchdowns? Yeah, probably, but not for sure. But any other aspect of him thinking, oh, gee, he's got to play enough to get 2 touchdowns. I'm going to take him on yardage. I'm going to take him on pass receiving. No. That's not going to happen. And then when you talk about, Mahomes, well, like you said, we're going to talk about this later on.
Well, yeah. But, actually, we're going to start with that game. So go ahead. We'll go ahead and transition into that now. So go ahead.
Well, there's, again, the goal of this game is to get as far ahead as possible, so that you can get your guys out of there. Because yes, they need to win this game, probably, to get the first seed in the AFC. Again, they're playing a late game, right, against the Raiders.
Yeah, today 4:30 p.m.
I'm sorry,
Eastern
that game
Standard
today.
Time.
My mistake.
Yeah,
Correct.
Post lunch. Dave Grande. Actually,
yes, that's I'm sorry, that's my mistake there. So the fact is that they won't know any of the other results beforehand. So they've got to go out and assume they need to win this game.
Yes.
So yeah, I think you will see them put an effort out there. But if they happen to get control of this game and Mahomes doesn't have this passing record yet, I think the fact that they're not going to risk it. He needs 40 more yards to set the passing record, and they're ahead 31-10 in the middle of the fourth quarter. They're not going to throw him back out there and risk the playoffs. So you can't just automatically assume that these guys are going to go for the record. You've got to look a little bit deeper than that. You mentioned DJ Moore, needing a certain figure to get to his record. Well, that's all well and good, but is he that good in the first place? And just because a guy needs 100 yards receiving to set a record, doesn't mean that going up against, a Saints team that probably doesn't care that much, but a Saints team that's very good defensively at home. That's, I'd certainly I'd rather be playing Tampa Bay this week and get those yards for free. So, sorry, I moved away from the Chiefs and Raiders game. But we can, transition into that.
There's all good lessons for everyone out there. That's all.
Well, the Raider game against Kansas City should be a really interesting game for one reason only, and that is that the Raiders might have found themselves a quarterback. I can't believe
I killed Stidham last week. He's going to have to show it to me one more week for sure. From what I've seen in the past.
Absolutely. But the fact is that he's getting that opportunity.
Yes.
And this is a home game, correct? The Raiders are home day.
It is in Vegas.
So it's not going to be a matter of the Raiders go to Kansas City and it's 35 degrees and they give up by halftime. All right, that's one thing. But this is a home game. This is a team that played as good a game, maybe even their best game of the season last week with this guy at quarterback. All of a sudden, who would have thought? And I would have been the last guy to say, and I even mentioned this last week. I would have thought, if you had told me, all right, here, Adams is either going to catch 100 yards worth of passes against the 49ers, or he's going to sit out and pout because his buddy is no longer on the team. Which do you think is the more likely scenario?
Right.
Gee, that's a no-brainer. He's going to sit out. He doesn't care anymore. But man, he gave, he played a great game. All of a sudden, with having Waller back at tight end gives them another huge weapon. Renfro's in there. They've still got Jacobs running the ball. This is and has been a good offensive team, and you just wonder, has it really been the quarterback or the system or a combination of both that have held this team back? Last week, this is the 49ers last week that they marched the ball up and down the field. They had more yards on their opening drive last week against the 49ers than Tom Brady had in 3.5 quarters against them. And that was very impressive. I expect some of the same to happen in this game today. I think that.
So that means points.
Yes, I think that, and that's good for the Mahomes prospects that you were talking about before, because if he needs, he needs a lot of passing yards.
He needs 430 to pass the record. 430.
Yes, now
which he can do that if he's pushed to it.
Unlikely, but the more the Raiders score, the more he's going to have to throw the ball, and we all know that their running game has basically gone to nothing.
And so the 85 Bears aren't exactly walking through the door to play defense today for the Chiefs either. Yeah,
right. And so I think this is going to be a very high scoring game. I think from a fantasy standpoint, if your season's coming down to this weekend, this is one of the games where you could pick 7 or 8 different guys from this game that you'd want in your lineup, rather than some of the guys that have carried you so far, who all of a sudden might only play a quarter or may not play at all, in their game on Sunday. So, this should be a very fun game.
One thing to keep an eye out to for this one, speaking of Juju Smith-Schuster, and we talk about players who need to reach mile marks to get their incentives kicked in, 102 yards to get to 1,000. So if there's an opportunity for, maybe say we're at a 35-25 game here in the fourth quarter and the Chiefs have the ball, Schuster is right there at 75 yards, and they're probably going to try to throw him one to get him that incentive.
I have no doubt about it, especially like you said, if the game is still at least a little bit in question. This is the classic example of, okay, Mahomes has 370 passing yards, and Schuster-Smith has 80 yards receiving, and all Kansas City needs to do with 2.5 minutes to go is run the ball. Well, you know they're going to take one shot at him. You know they're going to, send him deep, play fake, send him deep down the right side, try to cash both their tickets here with one pass. Bang, he completes it. There he goes, 75 yards for a touchdown. He gets his 1,000. Mahomes gets his, 440 yards, and everybody's celebrating. So, yes, there's no doubt that not only do the players know exactly where they stand in terms of these incentives and records and such, but the coaches know as well. And the last thing you want to be, especially if your team is moving forward, is the coach who said, you know what? Yeah, I know you had a chance to break Manning's record, but we need you healthy for the playoffs. No. That bad coaching. It's the coach who says, all right, you know what? I'll give you a couple of shots at it. And then it just makes the coach and player come together better and ensure a better future. So I think that yes, this is why having knowing these incentives that are going into this week's game as far as the players go is very important, because they will become a factor because the coaches allow them to become a factor.
Okay, the AFC South title game. Tennessee is at Jacksonville. Good call, I would say, good call on both of these teams all year. Breaking them down, I would say that the Dave Del Grande analysis of the Jaguars and Tennessee Titans has been spot on for the most part every week. So we'll take that into tonight's game. And the one thing here, first of all, it's a good game. Contrasting styles. I'm really interested to take your take on the game, but I'll also throw this at you too. The two wide receivers, Kirk and your boy Zay Jones, they both can get incentives and yards too. But like you said, they need to win this game. That's not going to be a focus per se. But could you see Vrabel kind of drawing up some different schemes and stuff, knowing that maybe in some odd chance that they're going to be targeted just a little bit more, that he might find himself a passing lane with a linebacker? I'm overanalyzing this completely. I understand that. But a Tennessee defensive touchdown, that's maybe a sneaky play if you kind of think that way. I don't know. Go ahead and give me your thoughts on the game. Your fantasy, the props with just these guys overall: Henry, Zay Jones, Kirk. They had a ton of points last time these two played. Things may tighten up tonight. Regardless, it's a good game. Jags minus 6.5, over under just 39.5. That actually seems a little low to me. And on that note, Derrick Henry will probably have the quietest 1,500-yard rushing season of all time. Go ahead, your take.
Well, we're on the same page there, and the line on the game, like you said, there's something wrong there. I mean, if Jacksonville is going to blow out Tennessee, and cover that spread, it's going to be because they score a lot of points. And if they score a lot of points, then that game's going to shoot way over. So if you're making them a 6.5 point favorite, you're assuming they're going to blow them out. So you assume that the total should be high, and that total should be in the mid 40s. But the total's not in the mid 40s. The total is 39 or whatever you said, 39.5,
39,
which is an indication that the odds makers do not think this is going to be a blowout. They think Tennessee is going to be able to hang in there and ball control and run the clock. And that being the case, and it could lead to a low-scoring game. But then why is the line 6.5? And so one of those two things is wrong. And I'm going to say that the thing that's wrong is the 6.5. This is a big game. This is the biggest game Jacksonville's played, and who knows how long. With a young quarterback, young roster, it's just, we saw a couple weeks ago when they played a game against Detroit, which was a big game. They're in the race. They need to win this. They're playing Detroit. Detroit's not good defensively, and they got just motorboated. in that game. And this is a game where they're playing an experienced team. Yeah, they're at home, but Tennessee has all the experience. The coach knows how to handle the situation. It's just, if I'd say this is almost like a toss-up type of game, I certainly could see Tennessee winning this game.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, Jacksonville's got the better offense. They're probably the team that's more capable of scoring on a last possession, if that's what it comes down to, which I think it will. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think that, like I said, I think that Tennessee has a chance in this game, and I don't see this as a big, fantasy game. Henry, if you got Henry on your team, obviously you got to keep him in your lineup. But I'm not sure I could recommend anybody else in this game. And your angle on Tennessee scoring a touchdown, I don't think that's a terrible angle. Again, you've got an experienced defense and, in essence, a rookie quarterback in a game for all the marbles. I mean, which history tells us. If you watch Bill Belichick enough, you realize that this is gold for the defensive team.
Right? Yeah.
And fool him into one mistake, and you run it back for a touchdown, and you win the division title. And so, I think that would be a great, a great risk to take.
12-1 for a Tennessee touchdown. How about this? You get almost 3-1 odds for Derrick Henry for 125 yards plus. Is that on the plate for him?
Oh, well, I mean, I'd say yes. I mean, it's going to come down, if you believe that Tennessee can hang in this game, then that's, it's going to be because he's rushing the ball 25 30 times.
They don't call him King Henry for nothing.
Right. And they've, we've talked a lot about teams that have nothing to play for this week, teams that are going to be resting guys for the playoffs. This is the polar opposite. This is like, look, guys, we got one game left, and we're going to leave it all out on the field. And if we don't do it, we'll go on vacation. So if I run you into the ground, you've got 6 months to recover. And that should be the case with Henry, especially, with the young quarterback going. Just keep handing him the ball. And like I said, the way that Detroit, ran all over Jacksonville a couple weeks ago, I just don't trust the Jacksonville defense that much. And so I think that, yes, that if Tennessee can stay in this game and Henry can get 20, 25, even close to 30 carries, well, then all of a sudden, all you got to do is break a couple of 30-yarders, and you're halfway to your total there. So, I'd look at the over there.
Okay, all right. Some of these games, I'm not going to touch with a 10-foot pole, to be honest. And if that's going to be the case with you, you just go ahead and tell me that, and we'll move on to the next one. But we might as well peruse them all just in case you have an angle that you like. But the Dolphins, this is going to be a battle of backup quarterbacks. We have Skyler against Flacco there. It looks like Flacco in for the Jets. -3 for the Dolphins, 37.5. Outdoor shot for the Dolphins to make the playoffs. Do you have any kind of angle here? I just can't find anything that I like anyway.
I'm passing this game.
Okay, all right. This is a game I actually like. And this is going to be the Browns that you talked about. Disappointing franchise. I've actually heard a lot of Browns support this week. And I'm trying to figure out why. Pittsburgh's been on the roll. They're -2.5 at home. The over-under 40.5. Pittsburgh has played everything low scoring. The Browns have played everything low scoring. It is Acrisure Stadium, which is probably Heinz Field, otherwise known as, which if you know the turf, it's going to be like the Saratoga racetrack there. It's going to be choppy turf, slow getting it. Maybe that's just the way the Steelers like to play football overall. But, Deshaun Watson, he wants to feel better about himself. That doesn't matter. The first Steelers to try to get to the playoffs, -2.5, 40.5. I actually like the Steelers in this spot because they're on a roll. Although they haven't covered any alternative lines, they've been a good, solid bet for the most part straight up. I trust the Steelers at home a lot more than the Browns on the road. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. The Steelers somehow, some way, find a way to win. It's been remarkable. I don't know how they beat Baltimore last week, you would expect them to win this game as well. And it just gets back to something I said about Cleveland earlier, that they've had very high expectations this year. Every once in a while, they look like that team that they were projected to be. Will that team show up this week on the road in a meaningless game, against a tough Pittsburgh team that's going to try to grind it out against them? It's just not the ideal situation to be in at this time of year for a team with nothing to play for. That said, Pittsburgh just doesn't win a whole lot of games by more than a touchdown. So somehow, some way, I think this game is going to stay close. But in the end, Pittsburgh will find a way to win. I'd say my biggest concern about this game is something we talked about earlier, is the scoreboard watching. Because Pittsburgh needs help to get in, and it's complicated. And, if Miami wins, but New England loses, then this. But if Miami loses, it's dizzying. I mean, you're supposed to be concentrating on stopping Watson. Meanwhile, you've just looked up, you see New England just scored a touchdown. Right. What does that mean for our chances? Yeah. So by the time you get to the fourth quarter, it's possible Pittsburgh could be eliminated. And that might be enough in the end to keep them from driving the ball down the field for that last touchdown that they need to win this game. So that's the only thing that tempers my enthusiasm on that.
The good thing from that angle is the two cities literally hate each other, right? I mean, so you don't want to lose to the Browns no matter what at the end, whether it means anything for the playoffs or not. It is still Cleveland. I mean, you're not just talking about two football teams that don't like each other. You're talking about the two cities as a whole, that if you go to either one, that's all they joke about is the other city. So I think you have that going for you if you like Pittsburgh as well. So, yeah, I do like that. I do like Pittsburgh on that angle. How about this, Dave? I'm going to get paid 160-1 odds when the Colts beat the Texans 13-6 at Lucas Oil Stadium tomorrow. That's the only angle I would take in this game. The Texans, here's the deal, people. If you don't know, the Texans are trying to get the number one draft pick out there, so they kind of need to just make sure that they lose for that to happen. The Colts can't get out of their own way as well. So I don't know. Anything here? Besides that, that's a pass.
Yes. I mean, the only thing here, and I'm sorry, I can't offer you, any more insight than this, but this is, like you said,
the second half
Texans aren't going to show up.
Right.
And they were so bad defensively, last week, that you would expect the same thing's going to happen this week. They're going to show up. They're going to lay down. And the Colts, have this new coach who's taken the season seriously, trying to instill a mentality, a tough guy mentality, run the ball mentality, which is exactly the type of game plan you'd want going up against this team this week that's barely showing up. I think the Colts are going to run all over this team. Question is, who's going to do it? That's the problem. I'd say, the ultimate fantasy sleeper this week is going to be an Indianapolis, an Indianapolis Colts running back.
Right.
But which one? And that's, that's the big question mark. When all said and done, again, like a preseason game, you're going to see there's one guy has rushed 18 times for 156 yards and 3 touchdowns, and you're kicking yourself saying, God, I knew, he was on the verge of that. But unfortunately, if you get a better indication going into that game as to who who's going to get the touches, who's going to get the opportunities there. That's that's a potential gold mine. I think that the Colts are going to win this game real easily. And if there was a team total for rushing yards or rushing TDs in this game, that's where I would go, because I think they're going to run all over them.
Maybe a Jelani Woods anytime touchdown plus 420, because he's actually been a little bit of a decent player there for the Colts. All right, enough with that. Do you need to take a break? Do you need to get a glass of water? Okay. All right, we talked about this game a little bit. Falcons hosting Tampa Bay. Maybe like you said, take Tampa first half. Falcons second half. I think the Falcons at the end of the day are going to play hard for their coach. I really don't. You might not see Brady at all. You actually might not see the starters in this game. I think there's actually a good chance of that. And I get it. They haven't looked good. But what's one quarter against the Falcons here at this point? What's that going to do for you?
Well, I do. I would agree with you if I hadn't already seen this unfolding in recent weeks, and it seems to be working. Tampa does have a little rhythm going on offense now. So Brady has finally identified who Mike Evans is.
Right. I had him last week for 2 touchdowns.
Nice going. I don't think the coach at this point is going to completely change gears and say, all right, guys, we're in a great rhythm. Take the week off. I think he is going to treat this like a preseason game. Like I mentioned before, I really think this is going to happen. He's going to tell Brady, look, you got two series. Go out there and do your thing. We scored 2 touchdowns the first 2 series. You're out of there. If we don't, I'm going to put you in there for a third series until we go down and we find the end zone and everybody's happy. Then you're out. So I do think that we're going to see in the first half of this game these guys play. Maybe it's just the first quarter. Maybe it's just one series. I'm not sure exactly. But the indication that we've gotten late in the season here, and like I said, that 49er game where they were, I think literally they were behind 35-0, and Brady's on the field in the fourth quarter of that game. And it's just an indication that they're desperate to find this rhythm. They think they've got a chance to surprise teams in the playoffs. They have to be really encouraged by the way that their offense has been going the last couple of weeks. And I don't think they will risk derailing that. I think on the other side, they will take a chance, play these guys for a couple of quarters, but no way in the second half.
All right, Carolina and the Saints. I'm for the most part just going to pass on that kind of thing. Do you have any kind of bullet point there?
No,
okay,
no. I would say the Saints have finished the season strong, but this is a game where really I have no idea.
Yeah. Let's get out of here and go down to Bourbon Street and celebrate. Yeah, that we're done. Okay. All right. 2 ways to look at this game coming up. Patriots Bills. My automatic thought that comes to mind straight up is that this is literally throwing raw meat to the Lions. I mean, that's New England will get shredded by the Bills, who they've had all kinds of obstacles this season besides DeVar Hamlin on Monday night and how that played out. Dawson Knox's brother has died. They've had to go on the road to play a game that was snowed out. They had, mass shooting in the city. They had, during another blizzard, 20 people die. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff to where, if you believe in the nostalgia factor and maybe God's on your side type of dealio, this is the kind of momentum that the Bills can ride out. If that's the kind of case, then New England's doomed from the get-go. They can't beat them anyway. Or is there enough distraction with everything that happened that Belichick can slide on in here? His defense has been playing fantastic. The Patriots defense has really, really been playing good. But the Thursday night game when they played there back in, I think it was right at the end. I think it was mid-November is when that happened. I can't really remember what week that was. Anyway, Bills -7.5, 43.5. What kind of chance do you give New England? If they win, they are in the playoffs. But what kind of chances do you give New England and Buffalo?
I give New England very little chance. I mean, first up, New England's just not that good a team.
Yeah.
And if you just throw everything out of the equation here, Buffalo is a 2-touchdown better team than New England.
Yes.
Yeah, and playing at home and with playoff implications here still. I think that all of that is a factor. But like you mentioned, all eyes are on Buffalo this week because of what happened in the Monday night game. And I think that there's been a lot of talk among the players, among the coaches about, hey, let's win one for the guy. And I just think that you're going to see, regardless of whether this game ends up being anything or not, I just think you're going to see a really spirited effort, for the players to go out there and say, you know what, we've got a bigger cause now than we had before, and get out of our way because we're going all the way. And this is an indication. We just beat New England 38-3, and we're on our way. We're Destiny's Child now, and so I think Buffalo is going to roll these guys.
Yeah, so you're going to take the throw the raw meat to the Lions route. Yeah, this is just a bad spot for New England.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, again, I talked about this earlier. Just because a mediocre team needs to win doesn't mean they're going to win.
No.
I mean, you're mediocre for a reason.
All right, so I think we've covered all those AFC teams vying. So at the end of the day, are the Steelers a team that kind of sneaks in here?
Well,
Miami has the win at home, right? Is that the scenario?
Right. I think.
So who's going to get it?
I think a Miami win will knock Pittsburgh out. Right.
Yep.
And so I don't know. I mean, I think Miami certainly has a lot better chance of winning than New England does. And again, scoreboard watching is going to be important. If Buffalo is up 17-0 on New England in the middle of the second quarter, that's going to inspire Miami. Knowing that they're in now if they win. And so I'd give them the edge over Pittsburgh in terms of who has the better chance when all is said and done of being the team that lands that spot.
All right. Vikings are at the Bears. No Justin Fields for the Bears. It looks like we have David Blah as the quarterback there, right? And now Minnesota, this is an example of a team who has something to gain, but they need something miraculous to happen, which would be the Cardinals to beat the 49ers, which I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you think that's going to happen either. So you might see everyone really sit for the Vikings here. So this is going to end up being a pass for me. Justin Jefferson, if he has a huge game, can reach a phenomenal milestone for him. So if I pull that down, I'm not going to get into it. But
I agree with you that this appears to be another one of those games where Minnesota is going to go out there at the beginning and play to win. Certainly try to keep momentum, or build momentum, I should say, for the playoffs. They aren't going to catch the 49ers, but for a half, they can try to kid themselves that they are
right.
And go out there and take advantage of an overmatched Chicago team that's trying to lose. But in the second half, by then it's going to turn into a preseason game, and Chicago probably going to play the whole game like a preseason game. So you got two teams in the second half that, all of a sudden this game turns into Carolina and New Orleans. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in the second half of this game with nobody playing their regulars. I mean, you might see a big Chicago comeback, but without Fields playing, the chances of that happening are far slimmer. I'd have a lot better feel for taking Chicago in the second half of this game, hoping that they're, behind significantly at halftime. But not without Fields. And so I don't know. It's I take Minnesota in the first half of this game and assume that they're going to be the units that try the hardest for a half. But the second half, I couldn't give you any kind of a guess as to what's going to happen in the second half of this game.
Okay, there are going to be no bigger Raider fans than the Cincinnati Bengals themselves and the Baltimore Ravens. Now, Lamar Jackson, he's not going to play, and who knows his status for the playoffs. So at this point, you're probably not going to play quarterback Huntley, because you're going to need him in the playoffs. Maybe they start him a little bit, but this could be an Anthony Brown scenario for the Ravens. If you know Anthony Brown from the past, he has been a cash flow machine if you bet against him. And if the Bengals need this game via a Raiders win over Kansas City, this could be an absolute bloodbath if Anthony Brown is the quarterback for the Ravens. The Bengals will completely annihilate the Ravens at home. Any angle here you may look at with everything that I just kind of mentioned?
Well, like you said, so much of it's going to depend upon, what happens in the game today. Baltimore to me is kind of like Tennessee. They find a way to hang in there. So, in this type of situation, they're kind of built for this kind of situation where they can ball control and play defense and hang in there and force it, kick their field goals and force it to be a tight game at the end. But so much of this is dependent upon what does Cincinnati need? Do they need anything here? And then on top of that, you've got the crazy decision about, well, if Baltimore in the playoffs and we're going to toss a coin, this kind of thing. It's kind of, I don't know. I'm confused by it. I have, so I'm just gonna sit back and
Right.
watch another game.
They've already declared that this is week 3 of the preseason for them for the most part. The Eagles have to win. We've talked about it. Teams in the rearview mirror to get that number 1 seed, but teams are still there. They haven't closed the deal yet. It looks like more and more like Jalen Hurts will be able to play. So the Eagles are minus 14.5, 43.5. Is this one of those games where you can lay that huge number?
Well, I kind of believe the Giants have a little more pride than, of all divisions in football, you got 2 games this week where one team is apparently going to try and the other team apparently is supposedly not going to try, and I'm not buying it. You mentioned this with the Cleveland game against Pittsburgh. There's no such thing as the Giants not trying against Philadelphia. There's no such thing as the Redskins not trying against the Cowboys. I don't care what the record shows. And so I think the Giants are going to show up for this game. It might not matter. Because Philadelphia, when they're on their game, the Eagles are 14 points better than the Giants anyway, regardless of who's trying, who's not trying. But again, you're in a scenario where if you really think Philadelphia is going to blow them out, then what incentive is there for them to keep Hurts on the field late in this game? Certainly in the fourth quarter, where a spread of 14.5 points, it's could be 31-10. 6 minutes to go, and the Eagles are punting because they took Hurts out of the game. And now here the Giants have the ball for the last possession against the Eagles, who have put their second-string defense in, and the Giants march down the field, and they score with a minute to go. And the next thing you know, they lost 31-17, and you got half-pointed. I think there is a scenario where the Giants actually try harder than the Eagles at the end of of a game that's already decided. So I'd be more inclined to take a shot with the Eagles in the first half. Again, it's a game where they really, if Hurts is playing, they really should be able to build a nice halftime lead in this game, and that's the goal. The goal for so many of these teams is let's get a big lead and let's get everybody out of there. And so when that's the case, you don't go into the game with a conservative game plan. You go in with the game plan saying, look, our goal is to put up 24 points in the first half of this game. And if we do, we're going to be ahead 24-7, and then we can relax in the second half. So that's what I'd be looking for in this game. I'd look at the Eagles. I'd look at an over in the first half of this game. And And
The
then
back
not
door
have
is
to
wide
worry
open.
about.
Yeah, the back door is
Yeah,
open.
now we have to worry about that back door. Exactly.
Okay. All right. I like, these are all 4:25 Eastern Standard Time games. I like the Seahawks, but I don't like them -6. I'm going to take them actually on the money line, and I'm just going to throw them in as a dancing partner to some of the other stuff I have going on. I just think that they can win at home against the Rams, regardless of spread. I'm going to have faith in your boy Pete Carroll. Over-under is 41.5 in this game. Mayfield has played well. Higbee has come on fire here lately. But the Rams, they pretty much got pummeled by the Chargers and really didn't show much offense last week. Seattle could be a loud atmosphere as well for the home team trying to get into the playoffs. I like the Seahawks just to win this game outright. What would be your angle here?
I agree. I mean, you talk about getting screwed by the league. This is not right. There's no way they should be playing a game before the Lions and Packers.
That should be at the same time. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, how in the world did they allow that to happen? That's just terrible. And I think that they'll go into this game with a little extra incentive because of that. Not that they necessarily need it, but in some ways, it could help them that they don't have to scoreboard watch. I mean, a concern would be, well, if Green Bay takes a lead over Detroit and they're playing the same time you are, and you see, oh, gee, our game doesn't matter anymore, and then you get flat and you give the Rams a chance to keep up with you. That won't be the case here. So I think unfortunately for the Rams, they will get the Seahawks full attention in this game, and the Rams. I mean, 2-3 weeks ago, we were all laughing at the Rams about how terrible they are, and even in the game where they put Mayfield in at the end against the Raiders, they were laughable that night. Until they came back at the end, and they've done a little better since then. But make no mistake, this is a very bad team right now. And they're going to, like you said, they're going to a tough situation. And they have no reason to show up for this game. Seattle has every reason to show up. This is a game Seattle, even though they're not that good a team, this is a game Seattle should be able to win rather comfortably.
Your lock of the week, I don't know if this was your lock of the week, but you hinted on the Broncos once the Bengals beat the Ravens at home, assuming that's what's going to happen. We're not going to, of course, the Ravens win by 30 points, right? But assuming the Bengals beat the Ravens, the Chargers lay down, here's a case where, here you go, there's going to be a lot of turnover in Denver, so you better play your rear ends off and have a good game at home, Broncos, and end the season on a positive note. They did play better last week. Seemed like they're going a little bit better in the right direction once they got rid of Hackett there. But my confidence is going to be high in the Broncos, especially if the Chargers are laying down, and they could actually somewhat blow them out if they can not, get in their own way, I think, anyway. -3, 39.5. Your thought there with the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, I think the line tells you everything you need to know. I mean, how in the world is Denver favored over the Chargers
Right, yeah.
in this game? But it tells you that, well, these aren't the Chargers. This is not the Chargers are not showing up for this game. They don't need to. If the game turns out, as you said, and Baltimore loses, the Broncos, they have done a lot better offensively in the last couple of weeks. And I think there's still certainly Russell Wilson has a lot to show in this last week of the season. They've gotten some offensive weapons back. They're playing a smarter game offensively. I think that, and plus they're already a good defensive team. I mean, Denver's top defense will absolutely snuff, the Chargers' second string offense. And so that part you don't have to worry about if you're saying, well, gee, do you really trust Russell Wilson? Well, you might not have to, because this is a game where the Chargers might not score more than 10 points. And so I just can't imagine that Denver's going to lose this game. I can't imagine the Chargers being within 14 points when all is said and done.
Right. Okay. All right. Good. Yes. That's one of my better picks, I think, of the week. And the Cardinals and the 49ers, we don't even know if the same regime will be back for Arizona. So what kind of motivation do these players have? But, they're going to have to put in the effort, I guess, if they want to come back. But there you go. The Niners are coming off a loss. They do have something likely to play for if Minnesota beats the Bears. Again, these games are not at the same time. They should be, another maybe Minnesota and the 49ers should be playing here at the same time. But the Niners at home, minus 14.5, 39.5. I'm not going to be so concerned so much on the spread, but there's a prop I really like too. We're talking about the players with incentives. Here's Brandon Ayuk. He's very achievable to get the milestones that he needs. I'm going to look for Brandon Ayuk numbers for this game. So what's your overall take on this? The Niners are your team. That's your local team. You know everything about them. What should we look for here?
Well, there's already a lot of talk about, again, because I'm local here, I'm sure there's been this kind of talk in many other cities. You mentioned Tampa Bay being one of them, about why are they even playing any of, why is McCaffrey playing? Why are they bringing Sid Tebow back for this game? Any number of guys, they're going to, even if they need to win, and they're playing Arizona. And there's even a column in the paper here the other day about how the 49ers would benefit from losing this game and dropping into a matchup with the Giants rather than having to play the Packers in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, not that that's going to impact them, but, some people, some players are probably thinking it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we lost. And so I think that, and then plus you got, what they're looking at is Philadelphia. If Philadelphia were to lose, and they're playing at the same time, if Philadelphia were to lose to the Giants, then the door opens up for the 49ers to win the game and win the NFC and get the first round bye. And in that case, then yes, you've got to play all your guys. So that's why they're preparing all their guys to play in this game. But as we've mentioned so many different times on this call, you're going to be watching the scoreboard. And the farther Philadelphia gets ahead in their game, the more the incentive becomes for the 49ers to take their guys out. And so I think you're going to see the 49ers have a big effort in the first half of this game. Again, it's very similar to the Tampa Bay game. I think the 49ers will get ahead 21-0 at halftime of this game, and then probably pull everybody out for the second half. Not that that's going to help Arizona necessarily to win the second half, but you could see a scoreless second half in this game of two teams not caring and just let's get out of here. It's been raining here, quite a bit in recent days. Could possibly be raining at the game. Another reason for, hey, look, we'll run it 3 times in punt. You run it 3 times in punt. There's 30 minutes on the clock in the second half. Set my watch right now. 31 minutes from now, I want to be on the airplane.
0-0 soccer game. Yeah.
I think that's So I think this is one of those games that could very well have that dynamic, depending about how the Eagles game is going, where you got the 49ers winning the first half easily, and then the second half being an incredible underplay.
And so that's going to be really the same philosophy for the Commanders and the Cowboys there in DC as well, right? Cowboys -7, 40.5.
Yeah, the difference there is
there's some talent on the Commanders, actually, if the
Commanders,
quarterback can get them the ball. Yeah.
Are at home, and they're, this is a rivalry. They're going to want to win this game. This isn't the Cardinals on the road in a completely lost season. Arizona, Washington saw their coach at the end of the game last week. He was surprised here they were eliminated. I wouldn't be surprised if he mentioned one time this week that they were eliminated. I think they're going all out to win this game. Any win over Dallas is a big win for Washington. And like I said, let's be honest. The chances of Dallas, this game meaning anything for Dallas, are very slim. There's already a lot of talk there again, like similar to here. Why are they thinking about playing him? Why is CeeDee Lamb playing? Why is Elliott? And you just wonder how long they're going to play. I seriously doubt any of these guys are going to be playing in the second half of the game, and I'll seriously doubt that Washington is going to give up at all in the second half of this game. They could be almost as strong a play in the second half as Denver's going to be against the Chargers. I think that's a real good opportunity for Washington to win this game, even if they're losing, by 10 points at halftime.
Right. Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll all look out for that. Okay. Your Lions are at the Packers. Last game for us. Again, they should be playing this game right next to Seattle. I mean, honestly, even if maybe you had to put both games for the night game because you can't figure out who to make the night game. Can't you have two maybe? I don't know. But the Lions are at the Packers, regardless if the Lions need it or not. Dan Campbell's the kind of coach that's going to motivate you. And you know what? You're going to have to play for your job next year still. Unbearable weather may not necessarily be the case either. Probably just in the high 20s, not much wind. So that maybe that will not, and the Lions they've had a little bit of experience outside in the elements here too, as of late with the Jets and the Carolina Panthers. They played those two cold games, 1-1 and got blown out in the other. But the Packers, they're at home, home crowd here. Man, this is literally the little engine that could. It's been trying to climb the mountain the whole time. They haven't been able to kind of get there, but here they are. If they can win, they're in the playoffs. -4.5, 49.5, high over under here in this game. I'm going to look for the Packers to win this game like the Seahawks, just outright. I'm going to look for them to cover any spread. So maybe just a 2-game parlay on those money lines and some other alt line I like Denver or something like that. But Lions and Packers, your Lions, what's your take on this game?
Well, as you said, it's just, it's unfortunate the way that they scheduled this because the Lions, if Seattle game goes as we're expecting, the Lions have no reason to show up for this game other than the fact that, they want to spoil Green Bay's season, which is a nice incentive, but make no mistake, this isn't Dallas and the Redskins.
Right.
This is a game at Green Bay. It's going to be cold. The Lions have not, we saw them in recent weeks when they played the Jets and they played Carolina on the road. Their offense is not nearly as good outside in the cold, let alone be at Green Bay at night. Green Bay's got a nice thing going defensively. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm hoping the Lions can hang in there. They're certainly healthy enough offensively to give Green Bay problems, but I just can't see it. I mean, Green Bay makes the playoffs every year. And like I said, not only will Green Bay make the playoffs, but already there's a lot of concern out here that, oh my goodness, they're going to have to play Green Bay again in the playoffs. That's a terrible matchup. You got Rodgers against Mr. Irrelevant, in the first round of the playoffs. And is this really what the number 2 against the number 7 seed should be? A lot of people fear Green Bay. I think rightfully so. They're an experienced team I wouldn't want to be playing in the playoffs. I wouldn't want to be playing them in week 18 with the playoff berth on the line. I certainly wouldn't want to be playing them if my team, which has had such a great season, all of a sudden has had its balloon burst by the fact that Seattle has won their game a couple hours earlier. So I agree with you. I just can't imagine the Lions are going to win this game. Like I said, I hope they do. I don't root for a whole lot of teams in the NFL, but I'm certainly rooting for the Lions in this game. But I will say this, and in my fantasy matchup this week, I have 3 Lions on my team. I'm not going to play any of them. I just don't trust the situation that they're in. And I've gotten me this far, but I'm going to sit them, have some fun with some other guys. But I don't know. I just can't see Detroit doing it.
Okay, and if I was a betting man, which I am, and if I could bet on television schedules, if it is indeed the Packers and the 49ers, you can bet every penny that you have that is going to be the Sunday night game next week. I will say that. There's no way that they don't put the Packers and the 49ers there on Sunday night. That's what they'll do. I know it. Okay, Dave.
Well, hold on now.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing about the crazy season this year, especially in the NFC, is you're going to get some good first-round matchups. And, you don't think for a minute that they're going to consider Tom Brady against the Cowboys, in that spot.
4 o'clock on Sunday.
And the AFC, you're going to end up with good matchups as well. I mean, you got the Chargers, sitting there, having snuck in, and they're a fun team to watch. And who are they matching up with in the first round? And because you've got Buffalo, Kansas City, and to a lesser extent Cincinnati, who are also very fun teams to watch. So whoever lands the Chargers, should be an entertaining playoff game as well. I think there's going to be a lot of good playoff games this year. So I agree with you that, oh man, the reward for going down to the last game, the last quarter of the season with a chance to be the number one seed in the NFC with a bye, possibly sit in your future. And what happens? You draw Green Bay in the first round of the playoffs. Like I said, the column that I read in the paper here this week, there's no way the 49ers would consider it, but man, would they be better off losing this game and getting the Giants. Not that the Giants are a terrible team. They're just not Green Bay. And getting the Giants in the first round of the playoffs. And the only cost would be they wouldn't get home field in the second round against Minnesota if Minnesota happened to win their first game, which is no sure thing. And even if you had to go to Minnesota for that second round game, that's okay because Minnesota's pretty bad. And so, as I said, it would never happen, but it's just, shows you the fear that Green Bay still wields. It's going to be interesting to see where they land.
All right, Dave. We'll have the wild card games with you next week. We'll go ahead and break down that. Good luck on everything that you have going on. What do you need to happen in your fantasy? Are you trailing going into your last week? Real quick.
Well, first off, I lost my semifinal matchup.
Right.
Third
place game.
I'm in the third place game, which a lot of pride. I'm 30 points ahead going into this week, so I've got a comfortable lead. I had a good week last week, and that's why I've decided let's have a little fun. Plus, Eckler has been my star running back. We talked about this earlier. Is it worth putting him in there, even if you were told he's going to score 2 touchdowns, but it might be his only 2 carries of the game? Is it worth having him in there? I'm not sure. I got CeeDee Lamb as my second best player. How much is he going to play? It's kind of a nightmare. Goff's my quarterback. I don't want him. Swift is one of my running backs. I don't really want him. And so it's you're going to see a lot of my. I'm turning into let's see who's a good example. The Houston Texans this week. You're going to see a lot of my backups, but it's fun. I picked up Stidham off the waiver wire so that I could play him and root for him today and start him instead of Goff. So if the matchup were tighter or if I were behind, I probably wouldn't do this. But what the heck? I'm going to take some chances. actually picked up a Redskins running back who could be a nice sleeper fantasy play this week. He's such an unknown to me. I don't even remember his name. But, Robinson's out, Gibson's out. So they're down to their third running back who played a lot last week. And it could be this guy. I mentioned that the Colts are going to have this guy on their roster, but he could be the NFC version of this guy who rushes for over 100 yards and a couple of touchdowns in the second half of a meaningless game that takes some fantasy team over the top. And I want to be that fantasy team.
All right, Dave. Big slate next week of wild card games. We'll get your full take on that. So I'll talk to you this week. We'll go ahead and plan accordingly. Good luck on everything that you have. All right. Have a good weekend. Yep.
You too.
All right. We will be right back after this. Nephew Dave and the Ant-Man in studio.
Every time I hear a favorite song, now you're gone. There's just emptiness. I only reminisce. The happiness is true. We used to dance to the music, make romance to the music. Now it's a sign of song, but with a different meaning. It's a human now. It's a sign of song, but with a different meaning. It's a human.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com. Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
All right, we're back. It is just about 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday afternoon, January the 7th, 2023. The year of the flying garbage trucks. By the end of the year, we will have flying garbage trucks. Nephew Dave is in the house. Dave Grande, we appreciate all your great insight there. If you're just tuning in now, go back and hit replay once we get off the air here in about an hour. Once we get off the air in about an hour, you hit replay and listen to Dave Grande from the get-go. Nephew Dave, this is a landmark moment in the show.
Yes, it is. I think I know where you're going with this.
We have. Everyone's been wondering what the hell is going on. Where is he at? But we have on the line the Ant-Man. The Ant-Man is back.
Lay her down and smack 'em, yak 'em.
He's ready to hit week 18 up with us as we break down this full menu. Anthony, welcome back. How are you doing?
This is a landmine. I'm watching college basketball in January.
Man, isn't it crazy? Literally.
Yeah, I never watch it until March.
So here's the way it goes. So the Super Bowl will come up fast once the playoffs start. Next thing you know, it's spring training and March Madness. Next thing you know, it's the Masters. Next thing you know, they're playing Wimbledon. It's the U.S. Open. And next thing you know, we are sitting on the beach looking at our fantasy drafts for the upcoming NFL season in July. So we're only 7 months away, Anthony, from sitting on the beach, looking up preseason football and everything that we're looking to take week 1 of the NFL. How exciting is that?
Well, two things, actually. Number one, and you forgot to bring this up, so I'm very disappointed. When we're sitting on the beach, we're also going to be bringing out the speaker listening to the NASCAR race.
Oh, yes. Oh, NASCAR. And there will be a NASCAR show, people. Be assured, it doesn't need to be 3 hours. It doesn't even need to be an hour. It could only be 15 minutes. But rest assured, and I already have some good audio clips. This was going to be in the initial plan for last year. But yes, you'll be able to get NASCAR handicapping here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network because, Anthony, you are a NASCAR expert in my mind.
Oh, don't say expert, because every time. I think I was, right 3 times last year?
We can pick off some winners here or there. We seem to be in tune. Nephew Dave, I don't know what your NASCAR experience is like.
I used to be into it. Then I kind of, fell out of it. So I still like to watch from time to time. But as far as drivers and whatnot, I'm kind of out of the loop.
You do have that Dale Earnhardt-esque look to you with that mustache.
Well, thank you, Steve.
I can see you climbing in and out of a 23 car.
You know what? I'd probably do that. But
Dave, Dave, the only thing that's missing from you is a big old Budweiser hat.
Well, we can fix that. We can certainly fix that. Also, Steve, you left out one of spring's most important events. The NHL playoffs will be arriving.
Yes. No, the playoffs speak for themselves as far as the NHL goes. I mean, that is tremendous, and literally they could last 2 months in a week.
Very excited for the Masters, though. Glad you brought that up.
And then NBA playoffs, that might not float you guys fancy so much, but I like them. I think there's definitely good opportunity there. So, once football ends, then we have a full slate of stuff. But first things first, we have week 18 of the NFL. I can't believe it, boys. Here we go. We've made it all the way to week 18 on this show. We made the playoffs. We'll be having our party at CP Shuckers next Saturday, 11 o'clock to 2 p.m. Come see me and Dave and Anthony live, CP Shuckers. We'll be broadcasting from the Shotty's Corner right there by the bar, and we will have a good time as we open up and get you guys involved in everything on the wagering slate for the wild card games, which the playoffs are fun. I feel like I think I do playoffs much better than the regular season, to be honest. That's just me. I don't know about you boys, but let's get down to business. We have money to be made. We're just going to go down the list one at a time. We have Saturday football for sure. Chiefs are minus 8.5. They are at the Vegas Raiders. Jared Stidham, my boy from the Patriots, is the quarterback now for the Raiders, where I said he was going to absolutely suck last week. He actually played phenomenal. But is that a mirage in the sand? It actually could be. Don't get now, Del Grande's looking forward to him having a good game. I can't say that for myself. I've actually watched him play for the Patriots. Pat Mahomes, he can pass Peyton Manning today. If push comes to shove, he can get the single-season passing record with 430 yards passing. Smith-Schuster, look out for him today. He can trigger some clauses in his contract. If he gets the opportunity to get some touchdowns and catches there, I have to go over his exact numbers. But Chiefs and the Raiders today, I like – so the Chiefs' defense, which is Swiss cheese, is my main concern for them completely. I will just say that at this point. If the Raiders have enough gusto in them, and there are players playing for their contracts, then this definitely has potential to be a tight game. I don't know. I could see 45-27 or 41-27 written all over this, to be honest. I could see the Chiefs winning by multiple scores. I could see this being a high-scoring game as well. I like the Schuster prop angles, and I'll probably go ahead and dip into the Mahomes passing yard angles. Anthony, we haven't had you on the show for a while, so we'll start with you. You love some Chiefs props. Maybe Kelsey's on your radar today, or maybe you have something else going on. What do you like?
So if we're talking about Travis Kelce, he has not scored since week 12 against the Rams. He's been doing fantastic with targets and yards, 56, 71, 105, 113. But Kelce hasn't gotten to the end zone. Here's the interesting thing. Do you remember week 5 when they played the Raiders? You remember what he did on that Monday night game?
He scored 3 touchdowns. Right?
He scored 4 touchdowns, on 25 yards. So this may be the 2-touchdown game that Kelce has been asking for, and frankly, what we've been asking for.
I could see Pat Mahomes getting 5 touchdowns today.
Definitely.
All right, and man, you like Kelce. Dave, what are you looking at in this game?
So you know me, Steve, looking at a couple of scoring specials here. So the 1 touchdown each half is at minus 105. If we're looking for a little bit better than that, I actually saw here, Steve. I want to see what you think about it. The record breaker here, Pat Mahomes, he needs, like you said, 430 yards. Is that achievable? Because I'm looking at a plus 650 for him to do that today.
To get 400 passing yards?
430. But my concern is do they end up blowing him out?
And then they sit.
And then, because I could see him playing pretty stellar, and then come the fourth quarter or so, he's sitting on the bench because he doesn't need to be in the game.
Here's the thing. That's a cream of the crop record. It literally is. I mean, that's not just some record. That is the single season NFL passing yards.
So do you let him go for it?
I think you do. I don't think the Raiders are going to be that far back in the rear view mirror where that's going to be the case. They're going to be within a score or two, which means you need to keep playing.
Right.
And just hope your players don't get hurt. Anthony, would you take plus 650 on Mahomes to get 430 today?
Let's see, what is it? Mahomes is 429 yards off Manning's record. So it's not one, it's the record. And think about Peyton Manning through 5,477 yards. And what was it? When he was at the Broncos in 2013? I think that was the year.
Yep.
But yeah, that was the year they lost to the Seahawks. But it's not just the matter of the record. Chiefs need to win this game because if we all know what all the news that's been happening from Monday night's game, the Chiefs really need this win. And here's why: because if the Chiefs win, this for sure ensures that they are the number one seed and will host against everyone if they make it to the AFC Championship game. However, if they face Buffalo, that's where it gets interesting. That's where they would play at a neutral site. Unless Buffalo loses to New England. Probably not. So I just figured I'd throw that little trinket in there, that if the Chiefs do win today, they do get the number one seed and they will host the playoffs if they, go to the AFC Championship game, except if they play Buffalo, which it will be held at a neutral site.
Yeah. It's at the end of the day.
I think when you brought that up already, I just figured I'd bring it up myself.
I think for the most part, everyone kind of knows what needs to happen. We've been hitting it game by game. We've been hitting it game by game. The main thing is with this is a lot of these games just they aren't at the same time too. So there's no scoreboard watching, which makes it interesting. Here you go. The Chiefs, shouldn't this game be on the same time as the Bengals and the Bills tomorrow? Honestly.
You would think so.
That's just the way I see it. But it's not like there are a ton of options out there. But I think this is some good. I think you have some decent picks over the fellas. We'll move on. Tennessee and Jacksonville tonight. Jacksonville's -6.5. Over under is 39.5. Looks like a low number to go over. Here's the deal, boys. They have contrasting styles. One of two things is going to happen. It's going to be a nice Jacksonville home game where the offense is clicking, they're looking good, and Tennessee has completely fallen apart. Or they call him the King Henry for a reason. Is going to come in there, veteran coach, battle-tested playoff coach, battle-tested playoff player who's now a coach. So you can really relate to this kind of circumstance where you're not supposed to win. Because trust me, Vrabel is on plenty of Patriot teams where they were not supposed to win that playoff game. In the past, who were always the breadwinners in that circumstance, which is the greatest gambling run of all time. If you were on the Brady Patriots train from 2002 until basically a year or so until he got out of there, maybe 2 years, we'll call it. But anyway, anytime you can bet on a team for about 16 years straight and know that you can win every time you bet on them, then it pays off. And Vrabel is a good part of that over the years. So he knows the formula of what he needs to do to try to win this game. So I am saying buyer beware of the Titans. And my main angle just for this game is going to be to look at the Derrick Henry props, simply said, because they call him King Henry for a reason. Anthony, your thoughts?
I'm just upset that we're not going to be able to watch the hot dog king himself, Julius Chestnut, play anymore.
I don't even know who that is.
There's a running. I think he was the fourth string running back, and they were debating since Hillard went on IR, and they didn't really trust Haskins. What's his name? White. No, what is it? What's his name? Hassan Haskins. That was it. And so they put in this guy by the name of Julius Chestnut, but instead they just put Jay Chestnut, and some guy who wrote for the Tennessee Tribune accidentally put Joey, so everyone just made hot dog jokes for the entire week.
Oh, that is pretty funny. Yeah, I did not see that online. I was out on the loop on that. Honestly, I wish I could bet on props for the Jacksonville Jaguars mascot on stuff that he may do on the sideline for this game. Because
I hope he doesn't wear yellow.
If you don't know your Jaguars mascot video highlight, literally, I think he's in my top 10 of memorable moments in that Ravens game wearing the American flag Speedo. Literally going up his ass like a G-string and dancing in front of the kicker and everything. All right. Anyway, the Derrick Henry props is what I'm looking at. Anthony, your thoughts?
He had 121 yards and a touchdown, 3 catches for 34 yards last time they played at home. Now they're in Jacksonville. Playoff line, on the line, division on the line. What do you think? 121 yards. So what do you think? 120?
Oh, yeah. I like his Derrick Henry on my book to get 125 yards rushing was at plus 270. Let's see if we move the line once we were talking about it live. Derrick Henry to get 125 plus right now is plus 270. And if you like Derrick Henry to get plus 150, it's plus 630. I could even be tempted into diving into that a hair maybe.
You also remember he didn't play last week, so he has a week of rest.
Good points.
Yep.
Solid points.
Yep.
Dave?
So I'm actually, Steve, I'm going to go the other way with this game here. I think Jacksonville can get it done today.
Yeah. I don't doubt that they do. I think regardless, Henry has
absolutely.
But Jacksonville definitely can win this game.
And
But buyer beware. But go
yeah,
ahead.
for sure. If I'm going to do something with it, which I am contemplating for sure, I'm going to go with a little bit of it's like a prop parlay. So I'm going to go with Travis Etienne to score and a Jacksonville Jaguars win. That's going to come up at plus 125. So not a very appetizing number for that, but I feel pretty comfortable that Etienne gets in at least for one. And like I said, I think Jacksonville comes away with this.
So they're minus 275 on that money line, just to win straight up.
Right.
So you're getting plus what?
Plus 125.
I think that's fair. Because on the anytime score, he's going to be a short shot for sure.
Right.
I mean, he's minus 105. So you're literally putting a minus 275 parlay to a minus 105. And actually, by my odds, you're getting plus what?
I'm getting plus 125 for that.
Okay. So on my book,
which is able to be parlayed with other things as well.
Yes. So if you do that, calculate and cross-reference. So if you just take the money line straight up for Jacksonville and anytime touchdown score for ETN, I can get plus 139 on my book.
There you go.
Now, you might be getting the same thing on your book or a little bit less because all these numbers vary, but know that that's a trick to the trade as well. Anthony, any other angles on props?
Actually, a couple things. Number one, I hope to God Jacksonville wins, because who in the bloody hell actually wants to see Tennessee in the playoffs?
So I was making NFL scheduling bets.
Oh, God, please tell me you're just not disagreeing with me.
No, so you can bet $1 million that if Tennessee makes the playoffs, that they're going to be the Saturday 4:30 p.m. kickoff game.
on ESPN that no one's going to watch.
It's probably against the Bengals again, too, as well, which I think there's been a few of those in the past.
So here's a couple things. One, if anyone's looking at fantasy, Trevor Lawrence, he has the Q next to him. He's going to play. I mean, this is for the division. So Lawrence is going to play. But there's a couple incentives. Steve, you sent me that link.
Yep.
Was it Covers or Sports Illustrated?
Kirk and Zay Jones both to get their passing receiving.
So I forget the exact number. I don't have it in front of me, but
figure both players need a couple catches and 100 yards. Which if you get
I
100
think
yards, you're going to have 2 catches.
they need 2 catches for I think 250,000.
I have
but
it in front of
it's
me. I'll
the
pull it up. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Oh, that's fine. Well, anyways, while you're looking it up, let me go rant. Zay Jones and Christian Kirk pretty much need the same amount of yardage. I don't, like I said, it could be 93, 90, whatever. They both need that for an extra 5,000, for an extra 500,000. So can they get it? Now, here's another trinket that I just looked that I actually do a parlay with right now. So I just looked it up. Christian Kirk needs 91 yards.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to go ahead.
Tennessee is not that good against the slot. Christian Kirk lines up in the slot most of the time, which also helps Evan Ingram, their tight end. So if you want to do maybe a separate parlay, maybe like a tight end parlay with Kelsey or Ingram or something like that, go for it. But what I'm actually going to do right now, I just looked this up, just found out that Kelsey needs 117 yards to break his own season yardage record. So what I'm doing is Kelsey 110 yards and Christian Kirk 90-plus yards, and I'm going to put that into a 2.
Okay, Zay Jones is 98 yards away and 2 catches, and if he gets that, then he's going to get $750,000 more incentive. How about that? But here's the deal too, and I told Grande this, and he actually kind of liked this angle. If you're a smart defensive coach like Vrabel, don't you know that's what's coming anyway? I mean, you're going to come up with some kind of exotic blitz schemes. We're going to try to drop in some of these passing lanes. And I'm telling you, at 12-1 odds, the Tennessee defensive touchdown for these Jaguars trying to get too cute to get this money might be the backfire play of the day. How about that for a little overanalyzing?
Steve, and I also I went over 41.5 in a earlier parlay that I had made. I think it was yesterday. So that was the other way that I went with this game. I moved a alternate over just a hair there.
I think this could be a high-scoring game. I do have plays on just to have some Saturday fun.
Right.
I did the Henry prop and I did the alternate over myself. So yes, am I going to count on that to happen? No. This could be 20-17 for sure. Okay, Jets and Dolphins. I'm not going to have a lot to say about this game. Here we go. Skyler, whatever his name is, for the Dolphins, -3 at home, 37.5. Here comes Flacco Nation on the road. These two teams are just waste toys of the AFC East. Even New England's better than these two clowns at the end of the day, and they're bad. And New England's a bad team. So that's just all I'm going to say about that. So that's going to lure me away from this. But the Dolphins, if the Patriots lose, are the more likely candidate to get into the playoffs. They just have quarterback injury issues, so they got to rely on the third stringer here. Anyway, does Miami have enough juice at home to beat the Jets? I don't know. Maybe this is the smartest play of the day to take the Dolphins. I don't know, but why are they just a 3-point favorite either? And over under 37.5, that's as fishy as it gets too. Dolphins, when they get in, if the Patriots lose, I'm going to pass on this, boys, completely. Anthony, you love to you use some Tyreek Hill. You love yourself some Jalen Waddle. So you're probably going to find an angle that you like here. So let us have it. What do you got?
If Tyreek wasn't so far behind Justin Jefferson in the receiving title, I think he's a hair under 100 yards. And obviously we'll get to the Vikings later on. But unless Tyreek explodes, but guess what? It's Skyler Thompson. And I think he threw 55 yards for Tyreek Hill last week against New England. The only thing I can see right now is that it's the fact that the line started at -3 for the Jets, and it's now shifted at -3 for the Dolphins. Tyreek still has a chance. I mean, Waddle is becoming. He's becoming one of the best receivers ever. So they definitely have the best wide receiver tandem. I don't know. I honest to God don't know with Miami because I watched them Well, I tried not to watch him against New England. I watched him against Green Bay, and Tua just, him getting hurt and everything. Maybe you can pivot and do a Mike Gesicki prop. That's a possibility. But
plus 800 for anytime touchdown for Gesicki.
Plus 8. Oh, that's interesting. So that's something to think about.
That seems, it catches my eye. CJ Azuma is 7-1, so he's a favorite over Gesicki, which doesn't make sense.
As far as this game's concerned, I'm going with Garrett Wilson, and here's why. The last time he played with Joe Flacco, I believe was. Let's ignore Week 14 against Buffalo. The last time that Garrett Wilson played with Joe Flacco, well, Week 3, but they stunk. I'm talking about Week 2 against Cleveland. Mm-hmm. Here's what Garrett Wilson did with Joe Flacco as their quarterback.
This is a good
8
angle.
catches, 102 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Okay. I could see that happening. I can see Flacco coming in and not having that bad of a game for the Jets, to be honest. They can go down there and beat the Dolphins. They're not that bad, are they? They do have a defense. It is a rival game. And, you can play spoiler a little bit here.
Let's put it this way. This will not be one of the main games on the television.
No. This the
game. Maybe it'll be one of those floaters when all the other games are on commercial.
David, what's your thoughts on this terrible game?
Pretty much just that, Steve.
All right.
If I'm going to do anything with it, I've been looking at it. I would take a shot at Tyreek Hill or Waddle, getting plus 130 for Hill, plus 190 for a Waddle touchdown. Again, this game doesn't interest me at all. But if I had to find something, that would be probably where I'm comfortable going with that.
All right, Anthony, this game is going to be on TV2 regardless. Maybe TV1 if the Patriots and Bills get demoted to TV2. 1 o'clock in Pittsburgh, Steelers and the Browns, minus 2.5, over under 40.5. Both these teams play to the under big time. The Steelers have actually been one of my better calls of the year. Where they haven't been covering all lines, they've actually been winning. And I stuck with – I didn't jump off the wagon when they were kind of stinking up the joint there at the beginning. If you've been listening to this show, know that I've been as pro-Steeler as it gets for a New England Patriot fan, I'll tell you that. There's not much of that going on in the universe. That's an interesting kind of mojo in itself. The Browns, they don't want to have they don't want to go into this offseason with Deshaun Watson – playing like a bum. They need to make sure that contract's worth something, and a good performance here does that well as these two cities just hate each other, and knocking out the other one, which plays to the that's a check mark for the Browns. If they knock out the Steelers and get rid of their playoff hopes, then that's going to be big for them in terms of finishing strong. Like I said, Tomlin never has had the losing record either. He could go 9-8 with the win here. I like the Steelers. The Browns haven't showed me anything, to be honest. Now, they had a cute little win against the Ravens, who have been playing really bad, let's be honest, on that holiday game. And their kicker killed me in the snow. He cost me a couple grand, whatever the Cleveland's kicker's name is, that moron who missed 2 field goals there. I think it cost me $2,500 or whatever it was. Again, see, a broken record. I'm so angry about it. The Steelers, I'm going to take them. I'm going to have faith in them. And you know what? I think they can win by 14 points in this game. Anthony, this game is near and dear to your heart. The turf there in Acrisure Stadium, Heinz Field, is going to be like Saratoga after the horses trampled through there. So maybe a slow-going affair in terms of that. I don't know. Can the Steelers break out on offense and beat the crap out of the Browns? And then very fun first game there in that stadium.
Well, as simple as Heinz Field, that's all you had to say. But I appreciate everything else you said. But, look, the Steelers need 3 things to happen. Number 1, win. Number 2, Buffalo needs to beat New England. And can't believe I'm saying this.
Jets beat Miami.
Yeah. So, and it's funny. the old foe, Joe Flacco. They're going to be rooting for Joe Flacco. So there's a couple trinkets. Now, a few incentives with this, or at least one. The only thing I can see is that Najee needs 46 yards to get 1,000. I wouldn't mind putting some money on an anytime touchdown score with Najee. But at the also Amari Cooper. He's kind of been forgotten, but if you remember what he did against, not just he's had a good year, but he's also had a couple crappy weeks leading up to, New Orleans and against Washington, 72 yards, 105 yards. So him and Watson are definitely becoming more acclimated with each other, much like when Watson and Brandon Cooks, also DeAndre Hopkins. So what I'm getting at is Amari Cooper against Pittsburgh, 7 catches, 101 yards, and a touchdown. That was week 3. So I might do a same game with Najee and Amari to do that as well.
I'm just clicking through the alternate yards. Amari Cooper plus 360 for 100+ yards. Man, look at this. And he hasn't done me right all year. But I can't jump off yet, can I? I'm going to add Pickens for 2 touchdowns in some sort of regard here. But how about this? George Pickens for 80 yards is plus 700, 7-1 odds. He could get 2 long throws down the field and not score to get 80 yards, right?
I don't see why not. That's kind of appetizing.
Pickens has broken 100 yards only once, but he's also broken 80 yards 1, 2, 3. So 3 times. It's very possible.
Yeah, so he's priced in at that number. He's priced in. Yes.
Pick it to Pickens. I mean, I know there's your cliche of the year, but guess what? It's working. And he still had 40 yards against the Browns in week 3.
If you're going to do that, too, you might as well add on 2 touchdowns. How about this? If you're going to do a little Pickens parlay by himself here, if you're going to take Pickens to get if you're going to take Pickens to get 80 yards and 2 touchdowns, $10 pays $934. You can do $25, and that gets you $2,335 for Pickens for 2 touchdowns and 80 yards.
Nice.
I can see that happening. I might have to do that by itself. Okay. Dave, you have any thoughts here?
Yeah, Steve, I'm looking here, and I'm going to go for each team to have a touchdown in each half at plus 260. I don't think that's asking too much.
All right. That's where a lot of people think this could be a low-scoring game.
I mean, I think it will be, but, I mean, really, you can't score 1 touchdown against each other,
In a half, yeah. Deshaun Watson's going to want to, and the Steelers are going to want to. I love that bet. Every week for these teams, we can find it.
Yep.
And then there's the one team that just screws you, especially when I parlay. Who was it last? I think it was Chicago screwed me last week.
Yep, it was. Yeah, it was.
I think I had 3 of the 5 anyway, whatever I did. All right. Texans and Colts. This is a crap bowl. The Colts are minus 2.5 over under 37.5. I told Dave Del Grande, of all the teams that have been who win disappointment team of the year award, the Colts are going to win mine at the end of the day. Even though the Rams fell from the Super Bowl to their peril, the Colts have been at least they have some stability with their coach. There's no stability here in Indianapolis. They're down to their third-string quarterback. Who's going to score if they score? The only angle I'm looking at this, I'm looking at 2 things here. I'm going to take anytime touchdown for Jelani Woods at plus 430, and then I'm going to do a correct score for this game because the Texans want to get the number 1 draft pick. So their motivation is 0 to score. They want to lose this game. So at 160-1 odds, I love the Colts. Final score 13-6. And maybe even I'm going to add to that a little bit more. And at 160-1 odds, take the Colts at a final score of 20-6 over the Texans. But that's it. Those are my bets. Jelani Woods, anytime touchdown. Colts exact score 13-6. Colts exact score 20-6. Anthony, give the listeners and viewers something to root for this game.
Is there a way that I can just say that the correct score is to be 0-0?
This game, you almost want. They don't even have that on here. They should have a 3-3. You can't bet 3-3 final or 0-0. That's weird.
They're gonna fight. The Colts are gonna fight. The Texans are tanking, but at the same time, the Colts also they also stink. They're also not going to get the number 1 pick. But if they, for whatever in crazy land way, lose as well, I think they go from the number 5 or 6 pick to the 3rd pick. But either way, this is going to be a battle of the stinks. I don't want to see this game tomorrow. All I want to do is gamecast it and pray that it's 13-6 at the end of the game.
I was going to put this on TV one.
I'm leaving.
Let's see here. Okay. I like this game. And I've been the Buccaneers backer all year long. They're catching 4.5, 40.5 in Atlanta. Now, Bowles says that everyone's going to play. And they might. They might play for a quarter. Hell, they could even play for a half if they're really stupid. I don't think they have anything in the game by playing anyone, to be honest. Even with a little bit more mojo here, Mike Williams, which, man, that was it. I had Mike Williams for 2 touchdowns last week. He just could not hit it home with Tyler Algier, who had 1 touchdown. I know Anthony had Curtis Godwin. If he would have picked Evans, he would have had a huge day. But the Falcons here, minus 4.5, is a team. This is the way I see this. We all know that the Falcons coach will be coming back next year. These players are playing for a job. They're going to be hard. And while the Bucs might come out for a quarter or so, they're going to eventually lay down. They just will. And I'm going to have faith enough that Atlanta can find this last game at home momentum to win by multiple scores over the Buccaneers. So I'm going to not be afraid to take Atlanta on an alt line here and to win by a couple of scores. For the fact that the coach is coming back, it's a stable situation. If you want your job next year, you better play hard or you ain't coming back. So by that standpoint alone, give me the Falcons. Maybe give me this Tyler Algier kid again for 2 touchdowns. Maybe I'll do that. The Buccaneer props are all going to be out of the loop for me. Tyler Algier for 2 touchdowns at plus 600. I may get on board with that. His rushing yards are not posted on my end yet, but I'd be interested in maybe taking, and I don't know, there's a lot of running back share back there, but I feel like he's been getting the touchdowns anyway. So maybe that's the best route to take. Dave, I'll start with you here. You hate the Buccaneers. You've been against them from day one. So tell me why the Falcons are going to beat them.
Well, Steve, I think it's going to come down to who they're playing, really. If they're if most of their guys are sitting, then like you said, I think you made a really good point. I don't see any reason for Atlanta, not to fight. And if if that's the case, the coach is coming back. Then...
do you want to blow out old man Brady's knee because your offensive line is banged up and you want to go out there and prove in a nothing game that you can beat the Atlanta Falcons?
Yeah, I don't see the point to that. So, Steve, the only thing I would really look to take away from this game, you know me, I've been on my props pretty heavy this year. So I would go for each team for a touchdown in each half at plus 270. I think the Falcons can certainly do it. Can the Buccaneers just help me out just enough? I'm not asking much from you bums. Really, I'm not.
You're going to put your life in the hands of Kyle Trask or Blaine Gabbert. But Gabbert, he's a seasoned, experienced vet, and the Falcons. It's not like they're writing home about their defense. I think they're
it's not
31st.
spectacular.
I looked at this; they're terrible. They're on the stinky defensive list for sure. I don't know, Anthony. What kind of angle you got here?
Well, if you really want to go contrarian, and I'm just saying, if you
I
really
think this is
want
the
to
game you do. Yeah, go contrarian. What do you got?
Wow, this is going to be very contrarian. Obviously, we know Buffalo. We all know that Tampa has nothing to play for. However, Tom Brady just needs 390 yards to get 5,000. Does he actually care enough to do it? My guess is no.
No.
So
he doesn't care. He's already done that. That ship has sailed, and they're going to die trying to get.
I know, and that's why I said if you really, really, really want to be contrarian and do something that no one else is going to do. But let's think reality. If I'm looking at another incentive, Tyler Algier needs only 100 yards on the dot for 1,000. So maybe since you're talking about Algier for 2 touchdowns, you might want to mix 100 yards with him as well.
Yep, and I can't do that yet because my rushing props aren't listed. Tell me what you know about Desmond Ridder as a rusher, because at 24-1 odds, I'd maybe be interested in taking Desmond Ridder if you think he scrambles enough or runs the ball enough to get into the end zone. If Atlanta's getting multiple scores, Ridder could be your little sleepy pick here. 24-1 odds is big time as far as a payout goes once you start hooking these together. What about Ridder and his running ability?
So he's been averaging, let's see, in his 3 starts, 6 rushes, 4 rushes, 4 rushes. So the one time he broke a little scamper against the Saints.
And against the very vanilla Tampa Bay defense, he could definitely find some running lanes probably too.
Yeah, he had 38 yards, 8 yards, another 9 yards just last week against Arizona. But it's not even about the yards. It's about the, think of it as, target. Yeah, carries. 6, 4, and 4. So if you, that actually is not out of the realm of possibility.
Anytime touchdown, which I think I could get on board with too. I feel like I have some good ones just because of the situations at hand here. But Desmond Ridder for an anytime touchdown is plus 340, which is a nice number to have in the round robin, to be honest. So you can probably get me on that one. I don't know. Anything else, boys, on this?
I don't think so.
If we're looking at who actually did good against Tampa in Week 5, prepare yourself for. Oh, I'm going to mess this name up. Olamide Zacharias. Guess what? He scored.
He is plus 440 anytime touchdown.
That's someone I might sprinkle in.
As far as 2 touchdowns go, he is off the board.
There's a reason.
He probably catches 1 pass a game. He probably doesn't even have a chance to get to. Okay.
Real quick, the most catches he had in one game all year was 5. So you're looking for those. You're looking for that 1 catch for 40 yards, 2 catches for 50 yards, and a touchdown. That's all you're hoping for.
All righty. Carolina is in New Orleans in the meaningless game. The Saints are minus 3.5, 41.5. The Saints can play some defense. The Carolina Panthers were a nice story this year. They like their coach. They're going to play hard for him here. With rumors of Jim Harbaugh coaching the Carolina Panthers, it doesn't look good for Steve Wilkes. Or maybe he does deserve that job. I don't know. But I think the Panthers are going to play decently hard for him anyway. And if they do, then I'm going to look at that list that I shared with you, Anthony, and I'm going to look at some DJ Moore stuff. Only because I haven't been on the DJ Moore wagon, but every week there he is on the highlights doing good things. So DJ Moore, to me, is going to get some receiving prop action once that posts. But his 2 touchdowns for him is 11-1. I could definitely buy into that for DJ Moore to get for 2 touchdowns. He's going to have to be put into some kind of parlay in that regards for me. Anthony, you like DJ Moore tomorrow? Who else maybe in this meaningless game?
3 straight games of 70 yards and a touchdown. 3 straight. And and 70 is his floor. 73 for 1, 83 for 1, 117 for 1. Now they're playing against Saints.
So that's going to be parlaying a plus 190 and probably like a plus 190 together, something like that. So that's going to be a nice little payoff. That's going to be like a 4-1, 4.5 to 1 payoff.
The only thing I get nervous on is that if Lattimore shadows them, that's the only thing that worries me. But I'm not even sure he's going to, because I feel like they're just going to be like saying F it with everyone.
I would not trust anything on Alvin Kamara, that's for sure. Taysom Hill, he could get the bulk of some stuff there for the Saints as well. I don't know, Dave. Do you have any kind of angle here for this game?
I'll tell you, Steve, the more I look at it,
this game will not be on TV. For the record.
It's not of much interest to me, but if I think I'm going to do something here, I might just take a stab at the Carolina Panthers, just right on the money line, Steve. Give me the money line. I have it at plus 150. You bring a couple dancing partners along with that. It helps boost things.
Oh yeah, I think they can win this game for sure.
If I'm doing anything, yeah, I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna worry about any kind of details of the game. I'm just gonna hope, like you said, that Carolina plays hard for that coach, and they kind of go out on a high note to end the season. So I would go the money line. I think
if you want to do one of your let's get frisky, let's get crazy. Let me just find 4 random things that could probably happen, which no one else is going to bet on.
Right.
For a good payout. Hey man, if you like the Panthers at minus 12.5 points to win by a couple scores, you get 6-1 odds. So put that together with a couple picks, and you're going to get a nice payout off your $10. So randomly, yes, I do like Carolina, and I think they can actually win by multiple scores if they play hard, play for their coach, and actually click a little bit. Okay. I'm interested to get your take on this one. There's one of two things will happen here. It's going to be like feeding fresh meat to the lions inside the cage. The alligators sitting all 500 alligators on top of each other as you throw them chickens, all right, into the water, all right, toppling on top of each other. Or maybe there's a little sneaky snake in the grass here who's been paying attention, who's been, all right, I can finally get these guys diabolically. I'm talking about the Bills and the Patriots. Now, the Bills, they have everything to play for. They have God on their side at this point. You're not only talking about Damar Hamlin on Monday night. You're talking about Dawson Knox's brother who got killed. You're talking about a shooting in a mall. You're talking about a blizzard that killed 20 people because they were trapped in their cars and froze to death. You're talking about a team who had to travel for a neutral site game because one of their games was canceled or had to be moved because of the snowstorm. One of their games was canceled because of the Damar Hamlin and will be the only NFL game not made up. Should they just have canceled the Colts and the Texans? Maybe they should have as well this week. But one of two things is going to happen. It's going to be a complete Buffalo Bills annihilation job of the New England Patriots, who will have the final stake driven through their heart, the final nail in their coffin, the old spit. I shake my hands of you. You're out of here. Mac Jones, you're terrible. That's going to happen. Or this very, very sneaky good Patriots defense might be able to rise to the occasion because of all the distraction at hand. Anthony, how is this game going to play out?
Bet everyone for Buffalo.
I think that's the consensus. It's to throw the fresh meat to the Lions. As a Patriots fan, I'm not optimistic. I'll tell you that right now.
I wouldn't be. New England's going to get rolled. And frankly, even if you're a New England fan, you're not going to be upset about it.
No, I think at this point, if you're a Patriots fan, you understand that your season has you're going to have to do nothing less than a Kurt Warner crappy Cardinals miracle to get into the Super Bowl within a Santonio Holmes reception of winning the Super Bowl. You're going to have to pull off some kind of miracle run like that, to be honest. But Kurt Warner isn't sitting back there in the Patriots backfield.
Yeah, and that's not Mac Jones. So there's is New England going to still do something? Sure, but I mean, I wouldn't What's the line in that game?
7.5, 43.5. So if you think this is a 41-21 game at best for New England, then you can get paid out plus 310 for the Buffalo Bills to smoke New England.
I'm looking right now. I'm looking for the highest alternate spread right now.
Yeah, I'll play the flip side. If you think the Patriots can come out here and pull the shocker and get a late defensive touchdown, you're getting nearly 9-1 odds for the Pats to win by 10.
That's not going to happen.
David, what do you think?
I'm going to go, Steve, over 45.5 points here in this game. I'm not going to worry too much about the details as far as props go. I think 46 points or more in this game is certainly achievable. I don't see why it wouldn't happen. Patriots get a couple to help out. Bills do most of the work. So, yeah, I'm going to go in an alternate over here.
All right, so you get a nice little plus price for a lot of points. You say full steam ahead, Anthony, for the Bills here. What else were you looking up? Were you looking up anything else there?
I just found the highest alternate spread, 32.5.
Oh yeah, that could happen.
And you know what? I'm about to do it, and I'm gonna parlay that with Diggs, Josh Allen, Gabe Davis. Let me make sure that Dawson Knox is fine.
Hey, let's do that for fun. Why not? Here we go. Let me get rid of my Pickens, my Colts exact scores. Exact score Colts 20. Texas 6. That's funny.
What is wrong with you?
So touchdown score props. I'm going to plug this into Anthony. We'll just go with the whole cast of characters here for the Bills, right? So you're talking about Gabe Davis. You're talking Singletary. You're talking Diggs. You're talking Dawson Knox. How about those four players? And the Bills to win by 32.5. Touchdowns by Davis, Singletary, Diggs, and Knox. $10 went to you $2,473.90. Now,
I'm going to throw Josh. I might throw Josh. You know what? I'm going to throw. No, I just did. I think I may only put $5 on this, but the Bills with the alternate with Diggs, Davis, Josh Allen, Singletary, and Dawson Knox scoring.
$10.
Because remember,
5,081.
I'll throw $5 on it.
Hey,
why not?
You're better. That's more likely going to happen than winning a $10 lottery ticket at the 7-Eleven for $5,000. I'll tell you that. The Patriots do have some defense here, Dave. I mean, they do a little bit.
They do.
Okay, throwing meat to the Lions is the consensus there, I think. Even me as a Pats fan, no optimism. Okay, the Vikings are on the road. Anthony, you mentioned it. Justin Jefferson needs a huge day, 191 yards or whatever it is, to get the single season record. The Vikings are minus 5.5 at the Bears, 42.5. But here's the deal, guys. The Vikings are completely relying on Arizona to have to beat the 49ers to gain any ground here. So O'Connell here has made it a point that his players may not play as much here. I don't know. Interesting to me. I kind of like, regardless of who the Vikings put out there, I'm going to think that they're going to be better than the Bears secondary personnel. So I'm going to look for the Vikings to cover the spread, maybe a little bit on the alt line here, thinking that at least the player is going to play some and get a nice comfortable lead anyway, and then try to call it a day. I don't know. Is that how this game kind of goes down, Anthony?
They didn't just bench all the Bears players; they put all of them on IR.
Yeah, it's literally Rosemont High School showing up at Soldier Field.
The Bears are trying to lose in every aspect possible. Yes, this is a Justin Jefferson statement. For Calvin's record, he needs it, or he needs roughly 200 yards. I think it's 194, give or take something.
Now, Hawkinson's there too. He could have something. Here, I'll pull it up Jefferson, but Hawkinson too, Anthony, on that note.
Oh, I understand that, but trust me, after what happened with Jefferson against Green Bay last week, he caught one ball for 15 yards. He's going for the record. They're going to force feed him. The Bears don't care. I'm going all in with Justin Jefferson tomorrow.
Interesting.
And the weather isn't bad.
He needs 194 yards to break Calvin Johnson's single season record.
He's going for it. And remember, it's not like he hasn't been close. He hit 233 a couple weeks ago. He's hit, I think, 180, 170.
He did. He lit up the Bears the last time they played. He absolutely lit them up.
Jefferson's going for it.
I think in the last game against the Bears, I think he had over 200 yards. Did he not? I could be wrong. I want to say 215, but I could be wrong.
I'm looking it up.
Anthony says Justin Jefferson's going for it. So that's good. I'm kind of under the. I took the Vikings on the all-line play already.
That's what I'm doing.
He had 154 yards.
Okay, so that's still a pretty good game. Okay. Hey man, first half. Do you have a first half line on Jefferson? Because he could annihilate that. All right. Can I get some crowd laughter here? All right. This is a game I love, boys. I have a feeling it's Anthony Brown time for the Ravens because I don't think the Ravens want to play Huntley because I don't think Lamar Jackson's coming back to play anytime soon. And once the Ravens throw in the white flag with Anthony Brown tomorrow, the Bengals, and they might not have much to play for after the end of the day here with Kansas City, but if the Raiders win today, this could be an absolute Cincinnati bloodbath for the bookies, to be honest. But keep that in mind as you go forward. Green light all for the Bengals. Plus, they got a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth. So somehow at the end of the day, when everything shakes out with this canceled game, I think they're going to get a little bit of the short end of the stick here. They were up 7-3 with the ball crossing midfield, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
At the time when this game was suspended with Buffalo, eventually canceled. Anyway, minus 9.5 here, over under 39.5. This, Anthony, what's your minus 32.5 point spread on this? Because that could actually happen here too. Your thoughts?
I'm looking to see if I can parlay that.
You can, and put all the same touchdown scores for. Can we do that real quick? Can we come up with a nice $1 parlay? Let's just do that real quick. That'd be kind of funny.
Oh my God!
All right, I'll leave the biggest number 33.5 at plus 14-1. Anytime touchdown here. Joel Mixon, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. We'll leave it at that. We'll just leave it there. How about that? Anyway, this $10 parlay. I'll get out of here. I even put $1 on it. You can. $1 pays $37,851, boys. If you like the Bills and the Super Blowout with all their stars to score, and the Bengals and the Super Blowout with all their stars, not even all their stars. You just need 3: Mixon, Chase, and Higgins. Anthony, your thoughts?
Higgins is going to score. I mean, I've never been more sure of something. Because remember, from that Monday night game, it was Higgins who hit DeMar. Or he got tackled by DeMar. So
I got to put $1 on this. To win $37,000, literally.
Why not?
David,
I'm adjusting.
Yeah, I went, Steve, Bengals by 2 or more scores.
Okay, straight all line by the Bengals here. Yeah, I like him. I think this is boys. I don't know how much y'all have seen Anthony Brown play NFL football. Are you, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very experienced, 1 being I have no idea. Give me your Anthony Brown viewing.
1.
Anthony, what's yours?
I don't know who he is, and I don't care.
He is literally the worst quarterback of all time. He's there. The David Blah versus Anthony Brown Super Bowl quarterbacks would be literally, you would have to bet 0-0. Okay. Bengals in the blowout there. All right, boys, that's all the 1 o'clocks. Let's take a break. I need a quick break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up with the 4 o'clocks and the night game. I've learned a lot. Hopefully you guys are learning a lot too. Kickoff coming up in just about 2.5 hours now in Vegas for the Chiefs and the Raiders. This is a nice Saturday edition of the Round Robin. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We will take a break and be back right after this. Text the Round Robin. Your questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the Round Robin, 757-354-5517.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. You're behind the wheel. You may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling rules. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling rules.
It's like back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
Get it now?
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like show tonight. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just a side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. And to the things you said all night, I'm gonna ride. Each time I said all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one. Yeah. You think? This is not mine.
Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd. Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CB Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. The menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and having Shucking your time.
As I pack my bags to leave, I thought she would start to cry. Sit around my room and weep. But you're the girl, she fooled me this time. She acted like I was the last thing on her mind. I would like to start all over again.
No, boys, that if I'm ever the producer of the show, which I am all the time, there's a chance I may leave your microphone up. So there you go, Anthony. During a whole commercial break. We got behind the scenes with the Ant-Man. Just what the listeners wanted. Okay, unless you had it on mute. You may have had it on mute. Let's see here. All right, back to the 425 games. I think he's still on mute.
I'm not on mute. We're good.
All right, let's see here. Okay, Eagles, Giants, minus 14.5, 43.5. All signs look to Jalen Hurts to play. Dave Grande is going to give the Giants some credit. He thinks that they're going to play hard. Although the team that must win doesn't always cover the spread. In fact, 60% of the time, the team in the must-win scenario, the team doesn't. The other team wins. 60% of the time, I think, is the stat here. So that would say there's a 60% chance that the Giants cover 14.5 points. I'm going to avoid this game like the plague. I just don't bet Philly games as it is. I don't bet Giants games as it is. I'm not going to bet the Giants preseason starters, but I don't know. Go ahead, Anthony. Give me a anytime touchdown player, secret low pro style that's going to pay off big for me, and give me some sort of interest in this game that will be forced onto TV5 just by default because the other games will be so bad.
Well, so we're not 100% Jalen Hurts is going to play. But at the same token, we're not sure if the Giants are going to rest all their starters. As of now, all of the Giants starters are expected to play. Who knows how long they play? Because remember, the Giants are locked in as the number 6 seed. There's nothing that can make them the 7. There's nothing that can make them the 5. They are locked in as the 6. So I will. It's Brian Dable. Who the hell knows? Because
he said that they're not going to play. They're going to pull off the reins. But who knows? That could be a big mirage for sure.
As of now, they're all active. So if I'm looking at any Giants players,
I see Tyrod Taylor as an anytime touchdown scorer right now for me.
What's his odds right now?
Plus 440.
As long as he hasn't gotten any shots in the past year, I think we should be good.
Oh. I'm looking for
Matt Breida and Saquon Barkley's backup. The top receivers, Darius Slayton, Richie James, Isaiah Hodgins.
Breida, I have it plus 280. Hodgins plus 340.
Humor me real quick.
Yeah.
What's Kenny Galladay's odds to get a touchdown?
Let's see here. You know what? Where has Kenny Galladay disappeared to? Plus 450 for Kenny Galladay.
Ugh.
Wow.
Well, you know what? I understand what the Giants are doing. If Galladay gets 76 catches, 1,150 yards, and 10 touchdowns, he'll get his $5,000 bonus. So I understand why his odds are so high.
Is it worth my $2 to bet either Jack Stoll at 15-1, Britton Covey at 18-1, or Grant Calcaterra at 19-1 for anytime touchdown? Dave, give me the breakdown on those 3 players, please.
Oh, Steve, I think there's got to be some better plays on the board there, in my opinion.
What teams do they play for?
I don't even know. Who knows? But they're at the bottom of the anytime touchdown list, and like I said, I'm looking for an obscure angle on this game. Otherwise, I'm not going to bet it. But hey, I like Tyrod Taylor maybe at a plus 440 if he's indeed the quarterback. I don't know, Dave.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't look now, but Lawrence Kagger's coming. He's their 3rd string tight end.
Plus 700 for Lawrence Kagger. Anytime touchdown.
He did catch 2 catches for 9 yards and a touchdown against the Texans.
Dave, this is an NFC East battle. I mean, we're going to bow to you as the Commanders fan. We'll get to your team here shortly. But go ahead and give the Giants and Eagles a breakdown from your NFC East perspective here.
Yeah, Steve. So, it's really going to depend on what the Giants do. If I were them, I don't think, I would probably go ahead and rest everybody. I wouldn't risk anything on this game. It means absolutely nothing for them. I mean, it means more for Philly than it does the Giants. So I can see why, as far as the book goes and everything else, why things are the way they are here with the odds and whatnot. Steve, I'm actually kind of with you. I don't really have an interest to play many things on this game. But if I'm going to try and find something here, I'm actually going to look at this game's weekly special. So for that, we have a Miles Sanders rushing touchdown and 75-plus receiving yards for Devontae Smith. That's going to be at plus 300, and that would probably be the only thing that I'm going to probably take away from this game. The Eagles need it for the number 1 seed, so that's why I would be more inclined to go with that rushing touchdown. We think that's certainly achievable for Sanders, and then for Smith at 75-plus receiving yards, I don't see why not. And as far as value and any other kind of things that I like in this game, that would probably be the one thing that I would pull away from it.
Anthony, any other takes here?
Yeah, let's take a peek. This game is so tricky. I mean, I'm okay with, Sanders and Smith. I'm okay with, Richie James and Hodgins. I might steer clear of this, actually, because I don't know. Because if the Giants, if the Eagles, we don't even know if Jalen Hurts is going to start.
There's better plays on the board, as they say.
I'm avoiding this one. I don't know what to do.
All right, and we'll see. And like I said, TV5 material here. Okay. Actually, it's a 425 game. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 games at 425. There you go. Full slate of TVs at 425. Okay. I like the Seahawks at home, minus 260 on the money line. I know I like to move points my way, crazy ways, but I'm just gonna look at it like this. The Seahawks just need to win. And I'm going to have faith enough that the Geno Smith comeback story is good enough. He's got playmakers still. Walker to third, maybe he's going to be a little bit better from his injury now after getting a couple weeks in. Pete Carroll, experienced coach, knows how to win in this kind of scenario. I just think that it could be Baker Mayfield, who's had a nice little comeback here for the Rams. He's not in the comfy confines of SoFi Stadium now. I mean, this is going to be a rainy scenario, 50 degrees, 75% chance of rain tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So a little bit of elements here, a lot of home field advantage, a lot of home support and loud cheering for the Seahawks to have what is going to be one of the better stories of the NFL if they can somehow make the playoffs here. But they got to win. They will eliminate the Lions if they do win, which makes the Green Bay game meaningless for the Lions. I'm going to have faith enough in the Seahawks just to win this game straight up at home. They are simply a dancing partner for my parlay that I'll have Dave post on the Twitter. I'm going to take 3 alt lines. And the Seahawks are going to be on the money line here. I'm going to like them at home. And I don't know how they're going to do it. If it's going to be 13-10, if it's going to be 35-31 and a shootout in the rain, or just a 27-10, just what would be a typical Seattle kind of victory. The rain doesn't lead me to want to play any props really at all either. So I'm strictly going to be on a minus 260 money line for the Seahawks. Anthony, your thoughts here?
So you already covered it. Seattle needs to win, and obviously Green Bay needs to lose. But Seattle obviously is playing first, so they have to tarnish the Rams now. The Rams are depleted, but with them getting Baker Mayfield, it's like Baker Mayfield is playing a backyard football game, and he's thrown it to guys that we've never heard of. And
Yeah. The jig's going to be up on that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you saw what they did to the Broncos a few weeks ago. I know it was the Broncos, but they're going to fight. This is going to be an interesting game, especially with the weather element. Kenneth Walker, he needs only 64 yards for 1,000. He's one of the front runners for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
That's going to be an incentive in this contract. You can best be assured of that.
So there's that. Seattle's run defense has been absolute dog shit pretty much. And Cam Akers is pretty much, if anyone plays fantasy, Cam Akers in the past 3 weeks is everything we wanted him to be the first 13 weeks. And he's come alive. And they're going to rush the living hell out of him. So I expect this game to be an absolute dogfight. I actually hope Seattle loses because that means hopefully Detroit doesn't care enough for that Sunday night game. But I don't actually mind this game. Now, Steve, what did you say with the weather report? I haven't had a chance to look anything up.
75% chance of rain, 49 degrees at kickoff.
Well, it always rains in Seattle. So, and Baker played in Cleveland. So I'm not overly worried with that. So I expect this game to be, this could be a very sneaky shootout.
Sneaky shootout fun. Okay, there you go. So green light for all the props. If you like that, then let's take a look at a few while we're at it here. How about a Van Jefferson alternate passing yards? Van Jefferson 4-1 odds to get 70 yards.
I'm fine with Van Jefferson. I'm fine with DK Metcalf. I'm fine with Akers. I'm fine with Walker. And you don't even have to throw yards from that. I'm fine with all four of those guys scoring.
I think they're going to be the same prices. Typically, that we see some of these favorites to score
Probably.
anytime touchdown. Walker's minus 135, Akers plus 125, DK plus 130, Lockett plus 210, Higbee plus 270, Jefferson plus 360 anytime touchdown. That's nice. That's not a bad payout if you're going to do an anytime touchdown score right there in the mid threes. There's a few of them out there I like for sure. I'm going to have to maybe add Jefferson to the list on that, just from what you're saying, Anthony. I could see this being a sneaky, higher scoring game.
Throw the weather out of the table right now. It's because Seattle needs to win. And it is not just the Rams who are, not that they're tanking or anything, but they are, they're depleted.
Seattle
they got Baker
field goal, 34-31.
They have Baker Mayfield, and he's still playing for a starting job.
So
it's not like, the Rams are going to play hard.
I'm looking. Let's see here. Where is that? They don't have it posted yet. I don't think. I'm looking for a correct score. I don't see a correct score yet.
What were you going to do? What's correct score?
Seattle 34, Rams 31.
That's very appealing.
All right. Let's get on from that game. But you know what? We'll see. Could be a tight one. I've heard a lot of angles for both teams. I'm going to have trust in Pete Carroll. He's going to know what to do with his team at home. Minus 260 money line. Okay. Once the Bengals beat the Ravens soundly tomorrow, then the Chargers won't even come out of the locker room. You're going to have St. Mary's High School of San Diego still show up and dress for the Chargers against the most hated man in all sports. Anthony can't stand him, that's for sure. His defensive line can't stand him, that's for sure.
Fucking damn it.
He got his coach fired because he's playing that terrible. As we mentioned, the Rams blew them out on Christmas, which for everyone to see how bad they were. It's completely disgraceful. We're talking about the Denver Broncos, 4:25 Eastern Standard Time game. I don't even think they call it Mile High Stadium anymore. They call it some other name. Who knows what it is? Denver, with all their disgustingness, has a little bit of mojo going. and they are 3-point favorites over under 39.5. What does that tell you? If the Ravens beat the Bengals, this game's going to swing 14 points. This might be the biggest swinging game of all time, point spread wise. So if you think there's a chance that happens, maybe bet a Ravens Chargers parlay right now on the all line. You could do that. Okay, so the Chargers here, I think it's going to, at the end of the day, they're going to sit everyone. The Bengals are going to do what they need to do. And you know what? Teams who need to, you're talking about players who need to prove themselves to keep their jobs. There's no coach now, but there's a new ownership. The general manager is under scrutiny. So you need to, no matter what, play good. Chances are you could be gone anyway, so you're at least trying out for at least another NFL team. So you're going to have to perform. Jerry Jeudy has been somewhat of a nice player as well. Kid Russell Wilson beat the San Diego High School St. Mary's Chargers tomorrow at Mile High Stadium, or what should be called Mile High Stadium. I say yes. It's going to be that bad by the standards of the Chargers. And here we go. Broncos, you're going to make all the money I've lost on you through the season back. You're one swift blow when you beat the Chargers by, again, I don't know, some multiple score game, because they won't care. And Russell Wilson will at least be able to get to 24 points, while San Diego gets, St. Mary's High School gets 7 maximum, maybe 9. I'll give them 10 max. I'll give the Broncos faith that they can win this game. Well, minus 16.5 and plus 430 odds looks good to me. Anthony's super blowout of minus 22.5 pays plus 870. That actually might be worth a shot, too, to be honest. Anyway, your boys, your thought here. Give me some kind of angle.
Well, Steve, I would I don't know, maybe a Chargers money line. I can't really trust in anything Denver. They just played so poorly.
Even in the complete backup versus backup.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that. I do.
Yeah, there you go. No, that's how bad Denver has been. That warrants that criticism, to be honest.
Just from what we've gone through all season now with the Denver Broncos, I still don't trust them enough to win that game. I mean, they should, if that's what's going to be going on, which we know more than likely it will be. I just don't trust them enough. I would go Chargers money line or some kind of game prop. Let's look at that touchdown prop that I like. So for each team, for a touchdown in each half is at plus 280. You know what? I probably just cut this game off and just play that and not worry about anything else.
Anthony?
Well, the problem you're making, Steven, with this alternate stuff is that you're betting for the awful Russell Wilson, who got their asses kicked on Christmas against the Rams with nobody. And you're thinking, and that's what you're going to say tomorrow when you put all your, please don't parlay this with many teams. I really have to, because there's a reason why I hate Tom Brady. But guess who I hate more? Him. The loser who says, let's ride after every post conference, every interview, Broncos country, let's ride. Shut up. You got your coach fired. The only reason that you're there is because it's paying $255 or whatever $1 million to keep you. Denver's stuck with you. Now they got to figure you out. However, I do like Jerry Jeudy because, frankly, he's their best player. He's so good, and Wilson is ruining him. I hope they get killed. I hope they get demolished by the backup San Diego Chargers.
Fucking damn it.
Now with the Chargers, though, this is where it does get interesting. So you have Keenan Allen, Mike Williams as their receivers, Austin Eckler. Who are the backups? Right now, I'm not sure if they're going to still play Gerald Everett. I know Joshua Palmer and DeAndre Carter are their two wide receivers, so they are an interesting look for anytime touchdown props. Joshua Kelly has been their primary backup, but I'm curious if they're going to get the Texas A&M running back rookie Isaiah Spiller a few looks. So he's someone I'm intrigued on.
DeAndre Carter, plus 500 Isaiah Spiller for a touchdown. Eckler's plus 130. Now I think he needs 2 touchdowns, and he has a pretty big incentive. But Del Grande's convinced he could actually get 2 carries for 2 touchdowns in this game. Literally, right?
I think Eckler scored 20 touchdowns in 2 straight years, so I mean, he could continue to keep going if he wanted to, and he could. I mean, it's against Denver. Although Denver's rush defense has been, it's been hit or miss. I'm just wondering if the Chargers are actually going to, put their main guys out there knowing that they have a playoff.
They have nothing to play. These teams are banged up. They need a bye week before another game, The
other thing is, it's the Chargers. What NFL team has been more hurt in the past, 5-6 years than this team? They have always been hurt, not just offense, their defense. They have always been banged up. I wouldn't even show up to the game.
You know how this game is going to go down, to be honest? It's going to be 4th down and 8 by the San Diego High School Chargers, all right, at midfield. And they're not going to bring on the punter, all right? The coach is going to say, no, stay on out their offense. 11-yard completion, 1st down. Next drive, the same drive, 4th and 8 from around whatever the yard line you're at now, the 37 or whatever. No, stay on out there, guys. 10-yard reception. Oh, there's the bomb for the touchdown. And the Denver is going to shoot themselves in the foot. And you know what? The analytics people are going to say, I told you so. That's how this game is going to play out.
Probably right.
All right. In any case,
I cannot wait to not watch it.
It's going to be on the TV regardless, Anthony. You know what? I'm going to take Denver as one of my better bets at the end of the day. I don't care what you guys say about your San Diego Chargers. Tomorrow, the third stringers will not be able to do anything. Okay, talk about a team who can't do anything. The Arizona Cardinals. They are plus 14.5 at San Francisco 49ers, minus 14.5. Over under 39.5. Boys, the lock of the week here is this. Brandon Ayuk is going to hit all his props. Touchdowns 1, touchdown 2, his alternate passing yards over. Brandon Ayuk, he has incentive to gain. They're going to be playing tiddlywinks with the Cardinals anyway at this point of the season. By this point, they have, I guess, they have everything that Minnesota beats. Minnesota beats Chicago, then this game does matter for the 49ers. So there is incentive here for them to play hard. Regardless, I think this is a beatdown of mass proportion. Who's the quarterback for the Cardinals? Are they still on McSorley? Is he out of there?
No.
I don't even know at this point. Who is it?
David Purdue grad Blau.
All right, I said he was playing for the Bears when I was talking to Del Grande, but I don't even think he knew the difference. That's how bad he is. So there's our David Blau sighting. I talked about him it's Anthony Brown Central here. And there is no whatever the wide receiver's name is either. I'll forget his name because he's useless at this point.
Steve, there's no anyone. There's no James Conner. There's no DeAndre Hopkins. Robbie Anderson's out.
Yes.
Not that that matters. Yeah, Hopkins gone.
Talk about disappearing. If I lose track of who you are, then that's bad. You're on a bad team.
Rondell Moore, gone. Zach Ertz, obviously, has been gone. It's going to – if you're going to have anyone to bet on, it's going to be either Marquise Hollywood Brown or Greg Dortch or the tight end Trey McBride, unless you, for whatever reason – I don't
even see a Robbie Anderson.
No, he's out. And he should have been ruled out before the season started because he stunk.
Honestly, he is terrible. Boys, sign me up all day. Plus 950. Brandon Ayuk, 2 touchdowns.
I like that. I could see that.
I'm fine with that. And I'm gonna throw this into the mix just for my own amusement. What's AJ Green's odds to score a touchdown?
Let's see. AJ Green is 10-1 anytime touchdown for the Cardinals.
I'm only bringing this up because there's rumors that he's going to retire.
He's going to retire, and they're going to try to get him the ball. Yes, that's a great angle. Honestly, when you're talking about trying to hit some of these incentives on players, that's just a going out of you've had a great career, AJ Brown. Or at least above. It could have been more. There were some injuries along the way with AJ Brown or AJ Green, but he's been a fantasy player for my over the years for me, for sure. I've always drafted him.
He's been awesome.
Dave, anything for you here?
Steve, you've pretty much covered it. Something that I also might think about would be Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers to win at plus 160. Just for another kind of angle to find in here. But other than that, I think you pretty much covered it.
All day right here, guys. Kyle Juszczyk, plus 1,000 anytime touchdown in this game. Like I said, they're going to be playing tiddlywinks with the Cardinals. You're going to get yours. You're going to get yours. Oh, here you go, Juszczyk. You haven't had your touchdown in a while. Why don't you take it into the end zone? We don't need McCaffrey getting banged up anyway.
Yeah, you know what? I could probably see that if they're playing tiddlywinks.
So that's an interesting bet. An interesting same game 1 touchdown parlay. AJ Green and Kyle Jers or whatever his name
is. If you plug that in at $10, you can win 972. AJ Green and Kyle Juszczyk, 1 touchdown each.
Throw Brandon Ayuk in there just for fun, just for at least one.
Brandon Ayuk for one. Now your $10 pays $3,406.92.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that because Debo's playing. I don't know how much he will be playing. I wouldn't be surprised if he only gets a few snaps. They are ruling him active, but frankly, do they really need him? Probably not. Because when Debo's on the field, it's the George Kittle show. But when Debo's not on the field, it's the George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk show.
I'm going to take a picture of this one right as we speak. Okay. Yes, saving that. I like that. I can put $10 on that for sure. Is David Blau good enough to get 1 touchdown pass is the question. AJ Green, can he run it in? Can they run a double reverse in for AJ Green?
Might have to.
They might. They could have some kind of hey, give Clint Kingsbury some sort of credit. He's going to find some sneaky way to get him a touchdown, maybe.
If for whatever reason, the Niners are absolutely destroying the Cardinals. Let's just say that it's 24-0. They got 2 defensive touchdowns. Scherzer got in the end zone. Ayuk got in the end zone. 31-0. San Fran's dumping everyone, and that's when garbage man comes out.
That's when the magic happens, right? All right, I see that playing out just like that. And then, boys, we'll be rich. Okay, Nephew Dave. This is the game you've been waiting all week for. I've seen the glum in your eyes. I've seen the sad look. Once Carson Wentz came in and ruined it all for the Commanders once and for all. So that season is done with. So now you turn to UNC product, Sam Howell, who Anthony's going to have a hard on for Sam Howell. I'm going to tell you that right now before we even get to that. But this is your chance. Cowboys are -7 on the road. This is the, when I grew up in sports, this was the biggest rival that I knew. It was Cowboys against the Redskins growing up. NFC East football is what I kind of grew up on with the AFC East when you had your 2 local stations, pre-satellite. So it was Cowboys and Redskins, and what a great rivalry over the years. for the most part. Diluted with the name change for sure. I think no one likes either owner. Let's be honest.
Right.
At this, I mean, probably the two most hated owners in the NFL. If you're not a fan of the Cowboys, anyway, no one on the Commanders even likes their owner. But here we are, David. Go ahead and speak your last time this season on your Commanders. Put this puppy to rest, as they say. Put the tie on it. There you go. The floor is yours.
Right. So, Steve, I'm not going to take up a bunch of time with this. Washington did what Washington does, what they've done for a long, long time. When they were in good position, just need to win a couple games, even just to make it interesting. They control their own destiny, and what they do, they did nothing. So it's very Washington-esque of them. It doesn't surprise me. I'm not shocked.
That's a good word for it. I use that esque word to associate things at times. Yes, I see.
So, yeah, Steve, we're not going to spend a bunch of time here. We'll see what Sam Howell's got. If I watch this game, I'm pretty salty about the opportunity that was. And how they kind of came out of the mud just to dive right back into it at the end of the year. Like I said, that's just what they do. So, we'll see what Sam Howell can do. Maybe watch a little bit of that. Other than that, this is meaningless to them. Oh, sure, go ahead. Beat the Cowboys to end your season 8-8. At the end of the day, what does it matter? Absolutely nothing. Maybe a little bit of pride, but you're not in the postseason party. So at the end of the day, what does it matter?
It's strictly a scoreboard watch game. But if the Eagles get off to a big enough lead against the Giants, you can see all the Cowboys getting yanked.
Yeah,
that's why the Cowboy props are going to be sketchy. But how about this, Anthony? Because I know you love use of Sam Howell. 188 yards and a half is his over-under for passing yards, which means for Sam Howell to get not posted yet, but when it gets up there, Sam Howell to throw for 250, maybe 275. He does have some weapons out there that they're going to play. McLaurin and all these guys should be out there. I don't think any of those players are going to be sitting. I think the Redskins will make it a honest effort on their end. They have great talent. If Sam Howell can get them the ball, then this alternate passing yards prop for Sam Howell could pay nicely. Tell us all the reasons why we should bet that.
I'm not opposed to any of this, frankly. They're not going to bench these. They're not going to bench these players. You have McLaurin, who's obviously he's a stud. Jahan Dobson, a rookie stud. Still got Curtis Samuel, who I actually think might get more play out of the backfield than you might think. But it's the running backs. There are no running backs. Gibson, IR. Brian Robinson.
Yeah, they got to throw the ball. Yeah. I think this is a good play. When you're looking at some weird, unique stuff, I'm going to have to throw this in there with some things.
If you are going to at least bet any running backs, you're going to either go, oh God, who the hell are these guys? Jarrett Patterson and Jonathan Williams. Did he play for the Colts? No, that was Jordan Wilkins. Who the hell is Jonathan Williams? Where'd he come from?
I have no idea. But he's 230 anytime touchdown.
What's Jarrett Patterson at?
Plus 370.
All right, I'd rather
do
him.
Any insight to these players? They're on your team.
You could maybe Patterson down around the goal line. I could see that if they can get it there. We'll see. What the deal is.
I think they're going to have some chances to score if Hal can.
Yeah, but they've had chance, and then they find some way to blow it. So, but we'll see, man. Maybe the rookie comes out and adds a little spark. But I would maybe take a shot. With Patterson, he does at least run pretty hard.
I could see a Malik Davis second half touchdown for the Cowboys as well, plus 550.
Or Washington receiver props would probably be a decent bet. as well.
Curtis Samuel plus 490, anytime touchdown. Jahan Dotson plus 290. So you're getting some good prices there on some of these guys. Pollard, he's still on there. Plus, I don't know. I just think that, you know what? I guess the Cowboys are going to play as hard as they can until they don't have to.
This game's at the same time as the Philly game, right?
Yeah, this could be a good over game, to be honest.
This is going to be tricky for both teams because
over under 40.5. This could be an over game.
Yeah, absolutely. That is another way that I would run with this game for sure. I have it, Steve, at 40, and I feel very confident. Well, maybe not very confident, but I feel pretty good about moving that up. You know, you could probably move that up 10 points and get a decent payout out of it.
Over 49.5 is plus 285. Go ahead, Anthony. What were you saying?
Oh, no. All I was saying was this game's going to be cute. It's going to be confusing for all bettors because let's say Philly goes down, 7-0, and the Cowboys are looking at the score going, oh, God, we got to go. And then Philly's up 21-7, and then Dallas is saying, we don't know what to do.
I don't think it's enough with you, and I said it off the air with you guys. Is live betting is the way to really go on a lot of these things. When you see how things, tomorrow is the biggest live betting day. You're going to be able to find some numbers if you're paying attention to these games and some of these scores that are happening. All right, now's the time to hop on this team. And even though Grande said it, you might have a circumstance where Atlanta is down by 7 points at halftime, and they come back and win by 10 or more.
Right. This would probably definitely be a good in live betting here. So maybe even wait for that and get in on it live and see what the numbers do.
Anything else on this, Anthony?
I don't have the exact stats, so I don't want to lead anyone in the wrong direction. But let's hypothetically say that the Eagles and Cowboys both lose. And let's say the Vikings win. 49ers are going, uh-oh. Put all the starters back in. Not that it matters because they're playing the Cardinals. I'm actually not sure about the NFC playoffs, but there are so many scenarios. You thought the AFC was a wreck.
If the Vikings win, the Niners have to play regardless. I think regardless, Niners are motivated to play at 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of if the Vikings lose too, then they still have, like you said, the long shot scenarios of the Commanders and the Giants win.
Well, Steve, true. I'm just throwing out scenarios, but here's the problem. The only issue with the 49ers is they're playing a Cardinals team that already thinks they clinched the number 1 seed because they already rested their starters 3 weeks ago. They're not literally playing anyone. Niners should roll. I might actually put them on an alternate over.
The Cardinals, Texans, and Colts should be the first 3-way football game that they ever play. Love those 3. Who could be the worst of all time of 3 teams on the field?
Gross.
Okay. I love this game too, Anthony. Here comes your big hard-on night game. I don't know how many vodka shots you're going to do leading up to this, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot. The Lions.
I'm calling off. Don't even announce it. I'm calling off probably on Monday. Let's put it that way. We all know the Lions and the Bastards are going to play. I'm going to be a nervous wreck. I don't know if I'm going to be here at my place in the backyard at the neighbors. I could be in a ditch somewhere. I'm going to be so petrified because it does not matter if Seattle wins or not. All Green Bay has to do is win the damn game. And if I'm remembering from a few weeks ago, they scored 9 points against the stupid Lions. I couldn't believe what I saw. Now, that was a few weeks ago. That was, 2 weeks before Thanksgiving? Now Aaron Rodgers has a couple rookie receivers who actually know what they're doing. And a couple rookie receivers who are healthy. Yes, Christian Watson is playing. Aaron Jones is playing. A.J. Dillon's playing. When Green Bay was 4-8, what did they figure out? The run game. Why do you think their defense is so good now? Because they control the clock. They do not have to rely on Aaron Rodgers. And frankly, I think Aaron Rodgers is still good. He's still elite. But he doesn't have Devontae Adams. There's a difference. He doesn't have Jordan Nelson. He doesn't have Greg Jennings, all the way back when. Has to figure out a run game. You have to make an identity for yourself. Guess what? That's what they did. That's what they did against Minnesota. That's what they did against Miami. They start pressuring Tua. He starts throwing picks. I'm not sure about Jair Alexander. I'm not sure if he's going to play or not. But all they have to do is run the ball. Do little Tom Brady, West Coast, little out routes. Watson, Doubs, Tonyan, Aaron Jones, veteran Randall Cobb. Also, you have Alan Lazard. You have all these weapons. All you have to do is just maintain possession, run the ball, and keep that stupid Jared Goof off the damn field. I'm already losing my mind. And here's the thing. If we all I want to do is make the playoffs. If we get slammed by the 49ers, guess what? We're used to it. I don't care. Just let us make it. Go on with your fantasy angles, because I could get two shits about it.
Fucking damn it.
Okay. I put this in this is the capper of my weekend long. Saturday, Sunday afternoon, Sunday 4:00 window, Sunday night game parlay. And if I'm going to ride at home, I'm going to ride at home because I was there. I was at Lambeau Field. I know the mystique. I know the nostalgia. I know what Jared Goff does in under 40 degrees in road games. It's not pretty, his record overall. They skated by the Jets in cold weather. They did not play well against Carolina at all. They played terrible. In fact, DeAndre Swift's missed touchdown on that last connection from Jared Goof, as Anthony says, cost me $9,200 in winnings. I've never given up on the Packers. In fact, one of my better calls of the year is to have Christian Watson get 2 touchdowns. Oh, and every game that he had 2 touchdowns, except when he stopped. I stopped betting that. How about that? So I didn't go to the well too many times. That's max capital gain on Christian Watson for 2 touchdowns. This game is going to be no matter what. I don't care about the point spread at night, whatever, just to win the game. And that's what Green Bay is going to do. Where I like Seattle minus 260, I like Green Bay minus 240. And I'm going to take Green Bay to win straight up at home. But in my ticket, which we're going to do picks in a second, and I might as well just give you this parlay because I did it yesterday. Why not? But I'm going to take an investment, much like I have with George Pickens. I've been waiting for Romeo Doubs here to get his 2 touchdowns. And if Green Bay is clicking, they're going to the playoffs. It could be a festive atmosphere in Green Bay. And there could be somewhat of a breakout party here for Mr. Doubs, if that's the case, against a Detroit Lions defense that is absolutely porous. Let's be honest. So if they can get that Doubs and Rodgers connection kind of solidified here, then they're going to get big results and have lots of momentum and steam going into the playoffs, likely playing the 49ers, which will be a crazy game for sure. I'll bet $1 million. If that's the case, the 8:00 Sunday night game will be Green Bay and San Francisco. I think that's going to be what it will be. So I'm going to look for Green Bay to win straight up at home. You know what? I'm probably going to take a little taste of Watson at plus 800 somewhere along the line as well for 2 touchdowns. But in the parlay I did already, I'm going to take Romeo Doubs, and I got a bad price because he's now plus 2,200. I have Doubs at 20-1 for 2 touchdowns. I have Brandon Ayuk at 10-1 for 2 touchdowns. I have T.J. Hawkinson at plus 230 for 1 touchdown because he has incentives. And I have Juju Smith-Schuster today, 2 touchdowns plus 900. So that's a round robin ticket. I put literally, let's see, I didn't do much here. It's $4 $5 parlays. But the payout for this ticket for Dobbs, Ayuk, Schuster for 2 touchdowns, and Hawkinson for 1 touchdown, $20 will end up paying $20,000 if you sweep the board. Bonus wise, if you sweep the board, another $38,000. So $58,000 on that bet with players with incentives, a wide receiver who needs to get his connection with his quarterback a little cleaner. And they've been trying. He's been trying for Dobbs for deep. Best be assured about that. So incentive play with Ayuk, Schuster, and Hawkinson, and Dobbs to get it right. $58,000, boys, on $25 locked in already. Anthony, your thoughts?
I'm totally okay with that. I can't wait for you to screenshot so I can back it.
As we speak. And everyone, this will be on the Twitter at deepend757. So once Nephew Dave gets a hold of all the tickets for Week 18, he'll go ahead and post them. We'll have about an hour here to get that settled. Go ahead and check our Twitter somewhere around 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you'll see our tickets at deepend757. Yeah, that could happen, Anthony. Any other thoughts your way here? You kind of gave all your Detroit hatred. Any money props here you like?
As far as Green Bay, I might throw something on there. Nothing, maybe a $5, $10 something on maybe, let's say Watson and Robert Tonyan.
There's a scenario with me too that says Dobbs and Watson each have 2 touchdowns, and honestly, that $10 parlay pays $4,750. Or you know what? Makes AJ Dillon in there if you don't want to take Watson. AJ Dillon and Dobbs for 2. That's going to pay the same thing.
AJ Dillon for 2, Watson for 2. Maybe that's better because Watson is clearly his favorite target. He still likes Dobbs, but Dobbs is he's still a little raw.
Both players gave it stock. $10 wins $12.61. Dillon for 2, Watson for 2.
Ooh, that's actually very intriguing.
Indeed.
And if you want to get really frisky, because you think the Packers are going to have 42 points at home, and someone's going to score, I guess you can't do this. This is too much to ask for. You throw Dobbs on top of that because he is not for 2 touchdowns, but for 1 touchdown, plus 330, $10 to win $6,500 now. Watson 2, Dillon for 2, Dobbs for 1. I guess that's asking too much.
You never know.
This is tricky. I have no angle on this.
I've hit. Let's see. I had Scantling.
I also didn't have an angle when they played Minnesota
last year. I had Scantling for 1. I had Aaron Jones for 1, and I had Devontae Adams for 2. It was the Sunday night game, I think, against the Bears, and they were blowing them out. But, if they're going to get touchdowns, it's got to be someone, right? So I had all 4 of those. I fell asleep. I woke up. There we are. We're live. And it was 1 yard line. They loaded the box. The Bears did. And there's Devontae Adams 1-on-1. And it was the easiest inside slant touchdown for a win I've ever had in my life. So it can happen for all those multiple touchdowns if you like a bunch of players like that. David, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Steve, I'm going to keep it pretty simple here. I'm going back to my prop. Each team, 1 touchdown each half. That's at plus 120. We'll definitely have some dancing partners with it. But with these 2 offenses, with the Packers picking it up, going on their run, we know Detroit can score some points. So for me, we're going to keep it simple and go with that with some dancing partners. But we're going to get plus value out of it. And I think both teams can certainly score 1 touchdown in each half.
All right, boys, let's get to it. Let's do our picks. All right, we're going to try to get some money. All right, Anthony, I'll give you a second to get your favorite plays compiled. Nephew Dave, I'm sure you're ready to go here. Why don't you let it rip? What are your money-making plays for the weekend?
All right, so first up, we have Travis Etienne, anytime touchdown with a Jaguars win, and that's going to be parlayed with the Browns and Steelers, each team to score a touchdown in each half I'm going to follow that up with the Buccaneers and Falcons, each team to score a touchdown in each half. That's a little 3-leg there. And then we're going to go with this one. It's a little bit different than I usually play. I'm going to go with the New England Patriots from 11 to 20 points. We're going to go back to this band play here and see if I can get in between the numbers there. Then I have the Minnesota Vikings minus 3.5 or 13.5 on an alternate spread. And then I really like the Bengals against the Ravens. I also have them at minus 13.5 on an alternate spread there. And last up, I have a same game parlay X. So I have Travis Kelce and Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown scores. And that is going to be paired with a Derrick Henry score and a Trevor Lawrence passing touchdown. And, Steve, that is going to round out the NFL action for me. Unless I get in some tomorrow, but if I do, those will be definitely on the Twitter.
Anthony, what do you like? What are your favorite plays?
My favorite plays today, I've already spoke about this early on. Travis Kelce needs 117 yards to break his own record. I'm going to slam him for 110 yards, and I'm going to parlay that with Christian Kirk, who needs, 91 yards?
Yep.
Something like that. I'm going to slam him and Kelce. I put $20 on that, so that's I think that's 8-1. My FanDuel's going a little crazy right now, so I'm just going off memory. As far as touchdown scores, I'm all about Buffalo and Cincinnati players. I mean, take them as you want. Make different parlays. Cincinnati and Buffalo will be going strong. I have one with Higgins and Gabe for 2. I have one with Chase and Diggs for 2. Even Hayden Hurst, he's active. Actually, Hurts needs only 2 catches for 125,000. I just looked that incentive up.
Oh wow!
So
okay.
any Bengal or Bill, just mix and match. I mean, don't go crazy with it, but I want to throw $5 for these 2 guys to score 2. These 2 guys score 2. I have not found off the Buffalo and Cincinnati angle. I have not seen any alternate receiving yards for Jefferson. I'm actually curious. They're probably actually making it as we speak because they don't know what to do because they know he's going for the record. So the hard part is he going to score? Because it's always tricky with him. But I'm going to throw a couple trinkets in with Jefferson, at least 150. If you want to go a little below that, 125. I love Garrett Wilson for the Jets. When Joe Flacco has the ball, actually it doesn't really matter who has the ball.
Keep reminding me of these post-fact. Garrett Wilson and
as long as
he said that, I can't remember already.
Hey, as long as it's not Zach Wilson, Garrett Wilson gets the ball. Cam Akers, I just think he's still going to keep going. And then just to top it all off, A.J. Dillon. I don't know which Packer's going to get it. If this is a playoff game for Green Bay, this could be a Randall Cobb game. I wouldn't be surprised to throw that in the mix. Cobb also did not play against Detroit, but Green Bay also thought they would win, and they just didn't care, and then they scored 9 points. But this is a playoff game in Lambeau, and frankly, this is the last time. Remember this. This is also the last time they will play in Lambeau this year. Well, at least this football.
Right, yeah. Festive atmosphere. I would love to be there today. That would be
so.
fun.
Oh my God, I wish we could just go.
Not unbearable either. For Green Bay standards, to be honest. Actually, a nice balmy day there. Should be around the upper 20s when they kick off tomorrow night.
That's nothing from what. That's nothing for them. So
it could be cold enough for an unmotivated Lions team at that point, but we'll see.
I also have a bet for Russell Wilson to get benched again. I can't find those odds. but I'm still looking.
What was the Travis Kelce parlay that you liked? What was that again?
Oh, Kelsey for 110 and Christian Kirk for 90
yards parlay.
That's it. No touchdowns. Do you want to sprinkle a touchdown in? Be my guest. I might actually.
What does $10 pay on that?
I put 20 and that paid 400, so it's pretty much 8-1. So it's nothing crazy, but it's something for today.
Kelsey 110, Kirk for 90. Okay.
90
to get records. Yes. Okay. I'm going to start there. I'm going to have a lot of anytime touchdown scores. So I'll start with this one because the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be big doofuses somehow with that dorky mascot dancing around in his Tennessee Titans King Henry G-string on the sideline. All right. They're going to try to get too cutesy pie, trying to get your boy Zay Jones and Christian Kirk the ball. So I'm going to trust if we're able to come up with some scheme here and in some sort of a parlay. These are all things that will happen in the future, not happened official. I'll give you some official plays in a second. Anytime touchdown score, Tennessee defense, 12-1 odds today. So I'm going to take a look at that. In Kansas City, I'm all about the Schuster props. All right, his yards, his touchdowns. I think Pat Mahomes gets to 400 yards plus today. I think he lights it up completely. I think this game is 44-27. It is a game that could go into the 70s, which I'm not going to bet that, but maybe I will. Let me see if I can entice myself real quick. So if it gets to in the 70s, 71.5, there's 9-1 odds. Why not? So I'm going to look for some Chiefs and an over style blowout win here. I think the Chiefs are pushed to all their incentives, all their props. Full green light there. I guess the Raiders and Stidham will keep up. Although if Jared Stidham disappears today, boys, and this is a 31-0 game, don't be super shocked in that. So Chiefs and the over I like here, and I like the Schuster props as well. If I scroll down to the Jets-Dolphins game, I'm going to tag Anthony along with the Jets prop. I like that. I'm going to have faith in the Steelers to win by a couple scores at home. Screw the Browns. The Steelers, Tomlin will not have a losing record. That just isn't going to happen. This is a short enough number to where if the Steelers just can win by a couple scores, which, it's not asking a lot at the end of the day, then they will have a nice payoff at whatever, minus 12.5, whatever I take them at. Minkah Fitzpatrick will lead the league in interceptions as well once he picks off Deshaun Watson tomorrow as well. I think you'd like to hear that, Anthony. In the Toilet Bowl, I'm going to predict the final score for the Colts 20, Texans 6, Colts 13, Texans 6. I'm going to take the Falcons on the alt line here. Do I think Algier's going to get him for 2 touchdowns? I don't know, but I think I'm going to take a shot on this Desmond Ridder kid to at least get anytime touchdown score here. Jelani Woods, anytime touchdown score, I'll take for the Colts as well. Rewinding to that. I had Najee in some bets already. I'll go over that in a minute. Let's see here. Yes, so Desmond Ridder, I'm going to have a sneaky suspicion in the game where the Falcons going to have plenty of opportunity to move the ball in the second half, maybe even a lot of the first half. I'm going to look for some Ridder props. He's going to pay if they can hit. I'll take a chance with DJ Moore for a touchdown. I'll take a shot at DJ Moore for 100 yards as well. Howell's been a little bit better quarterback. The Saints aren't that great at the end of the day. That could be a fun, weird over game in the way, 41.5 points. Both teams actually might want to play for some respect for their coaches in the last game, and it is somewhat a divisional opponent, and you do want to have a good taste on top. So in a meaningless game, it may be an over. I don't know. But DJ Moore, I'm going to look for that. The Bills-Pats game, just by default, I don't think I could bet anything in this game. So I'll pass. Although I'm tempted to bet the Buffalo Bills by 1 million points. If Anthony has conviction in Jefferson, I might buy that as well. I am going to take the Vikings on the alt line number. I'll move that line around to the favorite of the Vikings. The Bears aren't going to play anyone. They're going to play Blaw's cousin, whoever that is, at quarterback. Who is the Bears quarterback, Anthony? Do you know?
Nathan Peterman.
Yes, there you go, exactly. So I confused Peterman with Blah. There, that's exactly. Anthony Brown's the same way. We'll get to that next. So Slaughterfest potentially for the Vikings. They haven't had one either. Maybe this is the game. Oh yeah, the Bears secondary last time they played Jefferson got completely annihilated. Let's see here. Cincinnati, they're going to destroy the Ravens. Anthony Brown will end up being the quarterback, I think. I just don't think they can play Tyler Huntley because they need to make sure he's healthy for whatever playoff game they have. So Ravens will limp into the playoffs. Bengals win big at home. All the Bengal props, fair game there. Giants and Eagles are a pass. Seahawks and Rams, we got the Seahawks on the Seahawks money line straight up. You might be able to talk me into some Van Jefferson props here. Anytime touchdown looked pretty good, whatever he was paying when we talked about it. Broncos, Chargers, no one wants to hear this, but I'm going to take the Broncos and the all line there. Screw the San Diego High School Chargers. 49ers and the Cardinals, I'm all over Brandon Ayuk for his props. The 49ers roll Kyle Juszczyk. He's going to get some run for me as well. Anytime touchdown score is 10-1. I like the A.J. Brown angle to get him his last touchdown before he retires. So an A.J. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, little parlay with Kyle Juszczyk pays really, really nice for anytime touchdowns. So we're going to have to take a look at that. I'm going to take a look at some Sam Howell over passing yards. Why not? His over-under's at 188. When they post the passing props, maybe they have. Let me click on real quick. No alternate passing yards yet for Sam Howell, but you got to imagine 250 plus is going to be well over 3-1 odds, maybe even closer to 4-1. For Howell to have a decent game where no one's expecting it, he could come throw it all over the yard to the talent. We'll see. And we'll take the Packers straight up at home, as well as, we like fair game. Dobbs, Watson, A.J. Dillon, you name it. I think it doesn't matter. By the time Seattle wins, it doesn't matter for Detroit anyway. So a runaway for Green Bay. Official plays I have locked in already are this. We're going to take a stab. This is just a straight 5-game parlay, boys. Nothing, no round robins, no nothing. Over under Chiefs 55.5. We're going to take the Falcons minus 12.5. Bengals minus 18.5. Seahawks money line, Packers money line. $10 will pay you $535 if you do that. We're also going to take a look at this. This is a round robin play. We're going to take 2 touchdowns for Romeo Dobbs, 20-1 odds, although he's paying higher, 22-1 odds now, so a bigger payout here. Romeo Dobbs, Brandon Ayuk for 2 touchdowns. Juju Smith-Schuster for 2 touchdowns. TJ Hawkinson, 1 touchdown. This is a $20 investment on the 3-game parlays. If all 4 sweep the board, $20,000 on the 3-game parlays, and then the $5 4-game parlay pays $38,000. So these are 7,622-1 odds that Schuster, Ayuk, Dobbs get 2 touchdowns, and Hawkinson get 1 touchdown. I'd say the odds are much less than that. So I'll take the chance here. Also, for today's action's sake, we'll do a fun one with Juju, 100-plus yards at plus 490. I think that's a great number for Juju today, plus 490 to get to 100 yards. Jason Tatum, 40 points, plus 340. They play the Spurs. Lauri Markkanen at his revenge game against the Bulls. He's been lighting it up for Utah ever since he's left Chicago. And he played for Cleveland last year, but he's found a real nice home for the Jazz. And Markkanen puts up some points now. 35-plus points for Markkanen. And we'll go with Derrick Henry, 150-plus rushing yards, plus 630. This is a minimal investment round robin, but if this sweeps the board, $15,000 here, I think we threw $20 at it. Let's see. Anything else entice me here? I got some old boring props. Nothing special. Here's a good one. We'll take a chance with this one. This is a round robin. Just 3 players, though. I just to start the action off today, Derrick Henry for 2 touchdowns at our favorite number, plus 420. DJ Moore, 2 touchdowns, 11-1 odds. Najee Harris, 2 touchdowns, 5-1 odds. This is a $10,000, people, if that one hits. So those are my picks. I'm sure we'll find some more. There's any kind of number of anytime touchdown scores we'll go with on the fly at all times. But everyone out there, you guys have fun. This is boys, I don't know what to say. I'm kind of it's the last NFL Week 18. The show's over with. We now go into playoff mode and in the future mode. Nephew Dave was asking me about doing the what the puck is going on more often. Yeah, Dave, you can do what the puck is going on as often as you would like, I would say. I don't need to be tied down anymore. I have lots of more content coming up I'm going to be involved in. You want to take what the puck is going on and run with it as much as you want, by all means, let's do it. Lots of new content coming up, people. We'll talk about NASCAR and a few other things right here on the horizon. CP Shuckers Party broadcasting live next week, 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. That is at the Shore Drive location here in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. And that's it, boys. I got a little tear in my eye. Might have to actually do a little celebratory shot here. To last show, David. Nostalgia.
Indeed.
It's a miracle.
Been a fun ride.
In a way, it's somewhat of a absolute miracle that we made it this far. Audio issues aside, galore. Even though Grande dropped off randomly somehow today, but I think that was on his end. Anthony, anything else?
My last bet.
Okay.
Ready for this one?
Yeah. Bonus
Correct.
bets, people. Bonus bets. There you go. What do you got?
It's just the correct score bet. I've had my luck with this, and I'm actually ticked off because I wasn't able to do it last Sunday. But Pittsburgh and who the hell does Pittsburgh even play?
Cleveland.
Browns. Pittsburgh 23, Cleveland 17. It's 100-1. Bet it now.
That gets you right under 40.5 points. Wow, that's a good call. That is right there at that number. Over under
23-17. Pittsburgh beats Cleveland.
I was looking for a correct score on the Seattle Ram game. Do they have that up yet? No correct score there. You boys were tempting me into saying that's going to be a high-scoring game. I don't know if that's going to be the case. But maybe 34-31 Seahawks over the Rams if we go correct scores. All right, guys, that's it. We'll do our show. Next week from the CP Shuckers. Everyone out there in deep end broadcasting land, good luck on your tickets. We hope that whatever you play today will be a nice win and a nice victory. Win money on a Saturday. It makes Sunday feel a lot better.
There we go.
Win money on a Friday. Made last night and made today feel better. All right. We appreciate you tuning in. Anthony, Nephew Dave, everyone out there, good luck this weekend, and we will see you from CP Shuckers next week.